Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
The first half of the FTR events trophi.ai GT Endurance Series start us off on the shores of Australia. From there, a road trip across mainland Europe, a swim across the Channel to Great Britain. The second half of the season takes us all the way over to North America, and it kicks off in the Great White North. Welcome to Montreal, Quebec, and welcome to Canada. My name is Ola Ramble alongside Sky Shrek. We bring you all of racing action here from start to finish tonight of round number 4 of the FTR Events trophi.ai GT Endurance Series. Sky, 4 hours of racing action set to kick off for us here this afternoon from the Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve 8-track steeped in motorsports history, holding the Formula One Canadian Grand Prix for decades on end, and of course playing host to several other high-profile series, still active to this very day, and located, of course, on a man-made island. This race set to be a wild one this afternoon.
Oh yeah, Gilles-Villeneuve can always be a little bit of a wild track here. There's so many tight corners, so many chicanes around here that you have to get perfect, or else it's so easy to just send your car flying way off the road. And with very little runoff here, there's very little room for error if you do have one of those moments through the chicanes on this racetrack. You need to be on your game the whole time. You need to be perfect around here, or else your day might end before that 4-hour mark.
Realistically, it's one of the closest tracks to Monaco that you could get, right? It very much drives like a street circuit. The walls are super close to the racetrack, not a lot of room to move around, and tight corners, a couple of long straightaways is going to be in store for the field here this afternoon. If we take a look at the weather entering today, right, it is currently relatively overcast here above Montreal. 21 degrees Celsius in the air, quite a bit of wind blowing off to the south. The big ticket here on this one, Sky, is around an hour into this race, we will get a chance of rain jumping up to, I believe, around 48% or so. That'll be the peak around halfway. So while the rain is not entirely likely, there is a chance we will get some precipitation this afternoon.
Yeah, especially as the race goes on, we're expecting a pretty dry start to this one, but once we get around that halfway mark, the chance of rain is going to go up pretty substantially, and that's when you'll see drivers maybe be on the lookout here for some rain tires if we get that rain on the racetrack around 2 hours from now.
Couple of drivers will be starting this race with drive-through penalties as a result of qualifying incidents. Among those is the GT4 Pro driver, the number 218 of Treehouse Racing. They are already starting dead last, 7th place in their class, so not a good sign for them. And the other driver that's getting an unsafe rejoin penalty is going to be Alexandro Barlas. Now, he is from the Sim Racing Grid Academy, number 325 in GT4M, set to start 4th in the GT4M category. So, 2 drivers kicking it off early on here this afternoon. That is a rough ride for 2 teams in the GT4 field to start things off.
Yeah, they're going to have a while to get back to the field here, but at a track like Gilles-Villeneuve, it can be a little bit difficult to pass with all the tight corners, with all the tight chicanes. It's not a very wide racetrack. You got to set up your moves quite a bit in advance if you want to get them done here, so we'll see those drivers really have to work for it to get their way back up to the field.
Qualifying currently underway here at Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve with about 60 seconds left. The TCRs and the GT4s have already taken to the grid. One driver noticeably absent from qualifying here. The World of Sim Racing by Samantha Tan Racing, headed up by Yashel Yunus. The number 64 Mustang, which is a car that has been on top of the boards a lot over the course of the season, not present here in qualifying. They have been remaining in pit road. They have taken 4 attempts at getting the lap down, and all 4 attempts were invalidated. So it looks like they'll be starting this race with the tail of the GT3 grid.
It's going to be very, very difficult for them to work their way back up through the field with that bad start. So many cars in that field, and they are going to have to really try to get that thing back up there. I mean, you see some of these cars in the field that are really dominating right now, like RPM Racing Red, who are on it. Both cars first and second between red and black, and they're gonna really be a threat tonight.
And of course, you got other contenders still trying to put down some laps, like Yanni Leclerc here for the Pegasi Motorsports Bravo, the Lamborghini, on their final flying lap here this afternoon, as drivers continue to get set to make up runs this afternoon. Checker flying going to fly in qualifying. Drivers will get one chance to finish out their laps and try and make an effort. And right now, that Lamborghini is sitting third in GT3M.
They are, and they'll make their way across the start-finish line here in just a second, down this long back straightaway here. A lot of room to almost draft down this straightaway before you get into this tight chicane sequence. Walls really tight on both sides of you. You see it right here.
Oh, boy.
A little bit of a tap there. Thought they were going to keep it out. Couldn't quite do it. We'll see if that invalidates the lap as Yanni Leclerc comes across the line. Little bit quicker there, and it will count for him. Up to pole.
Pole position in GT3M, getting lucky there by just avoiding the wall of champions. Hopped up and over the sausage curbs. Last driver that will be setting down a qualifying lap going to be David Van Slembroek for Stage 1 Racing. Currently sitting 11th in GT3 Pro with a 1:35.268, coming across the line this time by 5 seconds on the grid. This is looking to be a pretty sizable improvement here, and is it going to be enough? 1:34.988 gets him just barely into the top 10 this afternoon. So that's going to do it then for contenders here in qualifying, and well, we are just about ready to take a rundown then for the starting grid.
Now we are, and we're looking forward to a good one here from Gilles-Villeneuve. 44 cars out on track. Looking like about 15 to 20 cars in each of these first 2 classes, so a very full field tonight. A lot of drivers going to be doing battle.
So with 30 seconds left, let's start to take a rundown here on who's going to be where here throughout the 4-hour race. We'll start with GT3 Pro. Charlie Lund Nielsen for RPM Racing Red kicks off a Team 1-2 with his teammate Richard Cothra just 0.3 of a second off the pace in GT3 Pro. In the Audi, it's the number 50 of Justin Niger for Project Signal Racing Team. Their best qualifying performance so far this season, started alongside the first BMW. Giannis Albert for MRC X Quad Dash starting in 4th. Row 3 on the graded Sim Party Racing Delta alongside the first Ferrari in the field, Daniel Snorderland for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. Might be a McLaren, actually, looking at that one again. Double Ford Mustangs back here. It's Alex King, started 7th alongside SR Motorsports' Mike Young. Top 10 then closed on out by Antonio Alvarez for Hugh Jaskell. There's a Chevrolet Corvette alongside David Van Broek. Brook just put himself into 10th at the buzzer. Row number 11, it's going to be Alyssa Merrill for Hugh Jas Blue alongside Kim Bayett for Pegasus Sim Racing 99. And that looks like that will do it then for GT3 Pro with World of Sim Racing X-Match Tan Racing starting this race from pit road. And Sky, you've got the GT3Ms.
Yeah, leading off on pole in GT3M, you saw him get it. It's Yanni Leclerc in the Pegasi Motorsport Bravo car. Simon Music's going to go from 2nd in the Sim Racing Grid Gold 126. Another Pegasi car starts 3rd with Thomas Vanden Bosch. Ivo Linden goes from 4th for Stage 1 Racing. Another Stage 1 racing car just starting right in front of them in the Pro class. Eagle Speed Academy Esports, Chris Van Gucht goes from 5th. Nico Keller from Empire Racing Cookie Dough in the 117 from 6th. Sim Racing Party Omega, the 142 is 7th next to Brooks Clayton and Hugh Jassy Yellow in the 137. And then Prismatic Motorsports Minerva with Aspen Martin is going to go from 9th. Brian Fradian from Equipment Geek Racing will round out the AM class in GT3 from P10.
GT4 Pro is kicked off by Vincent Helliger, Altura Esports Red, and Altura Esports, the sister car, starting 1-2, 14 thousandths of a second separating them. Now, these drivers did not make friends in the last race at Brands Hatch. Expect for some potential problems there this afternoon if drivers give them a hard time, especially with lap traffic. Road Tour of the Grid is Enosis Esports GT4 FTR with the Mercedes AMG alongside one of the first Aston Martins, Kieran Sharp, for TSRC Esports down in 4th. Row number 3, it's Almeida Racing Academy's Michael Dowden alongside Austin Tucker for Hugh Jass White. And then closing out the field, it's Ryan Cavalier for Treehouse Racing. They have a drive-through penalty to serve at the start of this race.
And in the GT4 AM class, it's WBM White Parker Dumb in the 343. Gardner Sanborn goes from 2nd for Sim Party Racing. Starting back from there, it's Eagle Speed Academy Esports S with Lawrence de Vlieger. Christopher Flamion goes from 4th for Hugh Jass Black. 321, mostly mediocre motorsport, goes from 5th. Randy Arrett with Brett Akey in 6th for Sim Party Racing Echo. And then your last 2 cars on the field will be the 369 of Sunday Drivers and Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium in the 325.
Moving down to the TCR field, 6 cars bring up this one. Once again, Ross McFarlane brings up WSR Esports on pole position alongside Fiercely Forward Gray with Ben Langford behind the wheel of the Hyundai. Moving back to the field, it's another Honda Civic with the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix machine driven by Logan McKenzie alongside Thomas Renders for Project Sync Racing Team.SQL. And the back row of the grid, it's John Combs for a Fun Wheel Drive alongside Chris Verstegen for Project Sync Racing Team.BAT. That is going to do it then for the starting grid here this afternoon as we are getting set to rumble out from what is bound to be a stellar race here this afternoon. And we're going to take ourselves with a brief moment once again. Thank the sponsor. Keep the lights on here for the FTR events trophi.ai and GT Endurance Series. We'll be back with the starting grid in just a moment when they roll on out from their spots toward the back straightaway.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Welcome back to Green Flight TV, where the grid is getting set to roll out here in just a few minutes as final preparations go on down there just shy of that Lapingle hairpin, and they're going to be on the approach to the Casino Straight before too long. Once again, my name is Nola Rempel alongside Sky Shrek. We'll be bringing you all of racing action for the first 2 hours, then Finicini will be in the booth to help me finish out the back 2 hours of what's going to be a fun 4-hour endurance race. Pace car officially rolls on out. Sky, any starting notes to kick this one off?
I think it's really just going to be about making it through the first couple laps at a track this difficult with so many cars. You're going to see some chaos, I think, here. I mean, look at how narrow this track is as you make your way down into the first hairpin. You can barely fit 2 cars side by side through this thing. That is going to be one of the problems here for this field as they head down in turn 1, turn 2. It's one of the trickiest corner complexes that we run in North American road racing. So these drivers are going to have to be clean and consistent really all night, but especially on those first few laps.
Of course, the grid not going to be rolling out this time by, as they will have themselves with a chance to warm up those tires before the race gets officially underway. You take a look on board with some of the drivers getting themselves ready. Of course, Mike Young for SRI Motorsports getting set to see what he can do. Ross McFarland, the WSR Esports TCR has not had the most ideal of seasons running part-time, so he's looking to drag that car back forward. One driver that I am looking forward to in particular is this Eagle Speed Academy esports machine. Chris Van Gucht has been running solo in his Corvette all season long, and he's put together some absolutely monstrous performances, especially at Brands Hatch, a multi-time winner now in this season. Could we see Chris Van Gucht fight his way to the front from the middle of the GT3M grid?
Racing solo for 4 hours is always a challenge on iRacing, but it's even more when you're at such a technical track like this one with so many corners. He is going to need to be laser focused here for the next 4 hours to get that result that he wants.
All of this is going to lead us in for what could be a bit of an interesting ride here this afternoon. And we talk about this track having tight walls and being about as close to a temporary street circuit as you can get on iRacing outside of Long Beach. I mean, look at how close those walls are. You may as well be on a street circuit. You think that grass run-up is going to stop you at all? No. If anything, that's going to just exacerbate your problems on the way to corners like these, especially if that rain does hit around halfway.
Oh yeah, the rain could really throw a wrench into things at this track. Rain still kind of new to iRacing. These drivers definitely have less experience on this track wet than they do with it dry, so that's going to add a whole new wrinkle to things. These drivers look forward to what might be, if depending on how the rain shakes out, up to 2 hours of rain here in the later portion of this race. I think a lot of the field will hope that we do not have 2 hours of rain.
And of course, one thing to also note as well is going to be the exit of pit road and the entry to pit road, right? This is one of those treacherous pit roads we visit in the season, right? You can fire your way into pit road going well past the braking zone for that final chicane at full bore, and you're exiting pit road effectively right onto the racing line to boot. So pit road today going to be extremely treacherous, especially if there are several groups in the midst of lap traffic. I would be very cautious if I was a GT3 runner here.
Yeah, pit road exit is really rough here because you kind of you exit the pits about halfway through a corner, which makes it really difficult to kind of get that speed back up and also make sure you stay out of the way of some of those faster cars who are just continuing on the racetrack normally here. Pit road entry also difficult because it comes at the end of the fastest straightaway on the racetrack. So you've really got to pull off to the side, slow that car down, and then it's a little bit of a chicane just to get into the pits, as if we didn't have enough on this track proper already.
Well, the lights are out aboard the iRacing safety car, and we are gearing up to go at it for 4 hours of straight racing action, hopefully, bar any potential safety cars that we get in the middle of this one. And as always, we're happy you join us for racing action here on this stellar Saturday afternoon. They'll line on up, double file as quick as they can as they get out of the final chicane and alongside the Wall of Champions. It's going to be Charlie Lund-Nielsen leading them down to the start-finish stretch. Time to get the party started. It's go, go, go for 4 hours of racing in Montreal. A great getaway from RPM Racing Red. Not a good start at all for the sister car. Brutches and racing with the Audi, firing up into second place, but the black car trying to fire back down to the inside. 2 by 2 wide, coming to the opening couple of corners, and you've got the start of the GT4 as they thunder down to turn number 1.
See what the GT4 class can do as they start heading down into that first corner. They've got to survive. The GT3s did a pretty good job, but as the GT4s take the green flag, we'll see what they can do. Altura Esports immediately going to pull out and get a huge run as the red car goes way wide. Contact there. This car is going to drop about 8 or 9 spots. Altura Esports red in free fall here at the start of the race. And now here comes the TCRs, the 6 cars to start the race.
A devastating start there to a couple of cars, and you've also got MRC by Quad Dash and Sim Racing Career Phantom that have both gone around as well. And in fact, another of the GT4 runners as well. A couple of GT4 runners, in fact, have spun themselves around. Vincent Hallinger for Altura Esports Red actually takes a toe to pit road, so a devastating opening for the driver that started this race from pole position, and I cannot believe that we already have one driver down and out of the fight. It's going to be Charlie Lund-Nielsen who leads the way at the end of lap number 1. Let's take a look at some of those incidents that just kicked off racing action here this afternoon. And it was contact coming into that second chicane, and man, backing it big time into the outside wall and stopped right in the middle of the circuit. That is a terrible place to be stopped, and then seconds later, the GT4s arrived on scene.
That corner is so close. Look at this chaos down here. That's one of our cars around earlier on in this race. A little bit behind the Hugh Jazz car there, and we got more cars going around in the background there, kind of unrelated to that incident. At least 2 or 3 cars getting some pretty major damage back there.
That was the Altura Esports red machine that lost by himself and went into the inside wall. And well, that puts racing action up for the first time here this afternoon. Yet another one of the GT3s has spun around. That's the 99 Pegasus sim racing machine. And he's got to be careful because there's a lot of drivers here at risk of being caught out. One of the GT3s is towed to pit road. It's complete pandemonium all across the road in the opening stages. Here's the TCR field, the one category that gets through lap 1 clean.
We got 6 cars there, which will help that, but they're all in a line right now, racing each other around the racetrack. None of these cars really making too many big moves early. As the WSR Esports car out in front of that lane. Ross McFarland behind the wheel of that one. Here's some side-by-side action. That's the 50 car on the outside for Project Synced Racing Team. The 69 car of Alex Marsh King right behind him trying to get that spot for third. They've been going at it for about a lap now. They were really tight down into the final chicane last time around, heading by the Wall of Champions. But the 69 wasn't able to get the move done. He'll look to do it right here.
No dice this time by coming down into the final chicane of the racetrack as Mike Young continues to try and pile on the pressure to the back of Justin Niger here. So several drivers, in fact, getting involved in this three-way battle for third. The Audi had a good start, but Richard Cawthra for RPM Racing Black was just able to fire back around the Audi. Those 2 Fords are gone. They've checked out by 5 seconds over that now at the head of the field. And a battle for second as well is on in GT3. And that was going to be brought to an end as Pegassi Motorsports up for the second.
Pegassi Motorsport now sitting 1 and 2 with Pegassi Motorsport Bravo out leading the field there. A car a little wide further back in that GT3 AM field. Look at who that was. That's Simon Music in the 126 Sim Racing Grid Gold car. Dropping back through the field, and there's some racing going on behind him, side by side there for the World of Racing Samantha Tan car. Yeshel Yunus is trying to get himself up the field after starting from last. Big dive up the inside. He's got it over Brooks Clayton, and we are wrecking.
And that is Stuart Reynolds for Sim Party Racing Delta, who has spun his car around and is now going backwards, trying to just get into the infield there to get the car resorted. So the BMW having some problems there early on. Check it back into the GT4s. Dean Pepels right now having quite the run at it here in the battle for the GT4 race lead. And of course, he's not the only one. The TCR lead is also within 0.3 of a second as Ross McFarland trying to fight back Ben Langford.
And we have a black flag for the race leader. RPM Racing Red FTR is going to get a black flag for a jump start penalty, and they will have to drive through the pit. So disaster for Charlie Lund Nilsson. Got a 3-second lead, and it's all going to be for nothing.
Boy, that is a devastating way to kick off your race. But if you're going to get a penalty like that, the best place, get it early. Right now, you got the most amount of time to fight back and recover. The odds of this race goes without a safety car based on that start are incredibly low. So I have a feeling he's going to have chances to claw his way back to the grid.
And safety cars are definitely possible at a track this narrow because it is not too difficult to have a track blocking incident. You saw it on that first lap, on that first little downhill type chicane. You're going through there almost blind, so if you have a car crash through there, I mean, that can really catch out 2 or 3 or even more cars like we saw.
Taking a look at the battle for third in GT3M as Ivo Linda for Stage 1 Racing trying to fend off Chris Van Gugten. Oh, more trouble behind as Simon Music spins again coming out of the secondary or the tertiary chicane and fights his way back up around the racetrack. Around goes Brian Fratiane for Equipment Geek Racing. Jeez Louise, I mean, this fight is just kicking off in earnest here, and still the TCRs are not showing signs of breaking away from each other.
They've been sticking together here, especially these top two. Ben Langford for Fiercely Forward in the 497 has been hot on the tail of the 472 WSR esports car all race long, has not let that TCR leader get away. He just hasn't been able to make the pass yet. Ross McFarland has done a very good job out in front of that field as he continues to defend. And the 497 continues to look for a way around that so far has not shown itself.
But critically, here come the GT3 leaders and some GT4s that got caught up in earlier incidents, starting to approach the back of the TCR grid. RPM Racing Red, by the way, has not yet come down pit road. So the field continuing to slip further and further backwards as, well, now is going to be the sketchy part, right, where they catch up the lap traffic. And for a moment, looking for side-by-side in third and fourth here in GT3M.
Tight racing going on back there. We're seeing tight racing pretty much all through the field here tonight. Quite a few drivers have just been on it from start to finish. And, I mean, haven't really gotten away. No separation as we're going to see a look up the inside. That's the 183 on the outside right now. Stage 1 racing in the AM class, trying to steal that position. As we watch him race with David Van Slambrook and Chris Van Gucht back here.
Chris Van Gucht right now for Eagle Speed Sim Racing having quite the effort here as they make their way up towards the final chicane on the racetrack and not able to get to the back of the Stage 1 racing machine, but not for lack of trying as this field going to keep up. There's the RPM Racing Red GT3, the former race leader going to exit pit road. Only lost 3 spots, still in 4th, and critically, only 7 seconds or so behind the race leader. So Charlie Lund-Nielsen definitely still very much in the fight.
Could have been a lot worse for the driver of that RPM Racing Red car. 6.4 isn't too much of a gap, especially with how fast that car was early in the race, already trying to pull away from that Project Sync Racing team car. He's going to have a little help because his teammate is also out in front of this race. So I'd imagine those two won't race each other too hard if that one car gets back up there, at least in the early stages of this race.
And here you can see another battle developing in GT3 Pro. This is for 9th place. Daniel Stortland and Alyssa Merrill, both of them going at it here as well, with time still very much on the clock. The GT4 field has found itself more or less fractioned. Take a look at this melee here coming down into the Lapingo hairpin as TCRs with GT3s and GT4s all in the same spot on the racetrack at the same time. And man, this is tough to look at.
The 175 of Pegassi Bravo trying to dice their way through the field. Look at all this swerving back and forth. It's Antonio Alvarez trying to get a position. Thomas Vanderbosch is back here as well. That's that 146 car, green and yellow, you're looking at right now. We're side by side up in front of him as well here as cars trying to slip their way through. It's the Project Sync Racing Team car that just made about 3 moves in one corner back here. It is chaos as we try to get some lapping underway. Cars doing everything they can to try to sneak their way through these corners.
Here back in the field, this is the battle for 4th and TCR, the two Project Sync Racing Team sister cars. Not looking to fight it out with one another right now, mind you. They're just trying to survive as GT3 cars duck left, duck right, split them up in the middle. It's a tight track to try and lap cars at it. You can see the GT3s are struggling to make short work of them.
You can see we're almost 3 wide now heading through this hairpin. It is really, really difficult to be a TCR car because you've got to battle, but you've also got to get out of the way when you see these drivers start flying through around you in the faster classes. Really a balance, give and take, as these cars look to go side by side for a second in that class. They backed out and Thomas Renders continues to hold it. Battle for 6th in GT3, and that's Brooks Clayton in the 137 huge-ass yellow car as he sits behind some of these lap cars trying to sneak their way up through the field.
Brooks Clayton, a frequent runner in the beer league over on Wednesday nights, having a decent outing so far. The huge-ass yellow machine up 2 positions. And we've got our second penalty coming in of the afternoon. It's going to be a 20-second stop and hold for the number 50 Project Sync Racing team. This is going to be a result of incident fault for causing unavoidable contact. So a rough break for Justin Niger, who's going to have to send his race pretty much into the tubes. That is brutal, because he's got to come down to serve that within 3 laps.
And that's already 2 of your top 6 cars in class here who have had that issue early on. The RPM Racing red car, so I'll take that jump start, and now the car 1 spot behind him is going to get that penalty. A lot of trouble here for the drivers furthest up the field especially.
I'm willing to bet a good chunk of the damage on the left front is what is as a result of the incident that brings this penalty about. I'm also willing to bet here, Sky, that the grid that we're seeing here on this racetrack is not only is it hotly contested, right, but I'm willing to bet that a lot of that penalty comes from the lap 1 cars that we saw. We didn't really get a good look on what caused a lot of it, but I'm willing to bet that's not the only penalty we're going to be seeing from lap 1.
Oh yeah, we saw a lot of carnage there on that opening lap, about 2 or 3 separate incidents involving cars going around, so the stewards are just now rolling back through all of that, seeing what happened and giving out penalties for those incidents that we saw early on. So we got a couple more battles going on. This is in GT4 AM. You've got Randy Arrett in the 321 behind Lawrence DeVlieger in the 388 Eagle Speed Academy car.
On board with Randy Arrett as he tries to close up the gap to Lorenz DeVlieger right in front for Eagle Speed Academy Esports S. Fight for GT4 AM is looking to be a hotly contested one. We've got another spin on the racetrack here because a round has gone. The 369 Sunday Drivers Machine going to be able to rejoin safely, while down pit road goes Justin Niger, wanted to get that penalty served early and get it out of the way. Battle for third is on screen as well, and while this fight closes up, let's take a look at what happened to Sunday Drivers.
They're side by side here, the 6.9 and the 369. And the 369 just goes a little bit wide there. That Sunday Driver's car missing the corner a bit, clipping that second place driver in the field there and spinning out.
And that was Alex King with Flaming Ford Skin Racing in the number 69 entry that caught the side of that machine, as battle for third between Mike Young and Charlie Lund-Nielsen. We already talked about Nielsen having those struggles earlier today with that penalty, now trying to claw his way through the field for RPM Racing Red and trying to make short work of SRM Motorsports in front of him. And Pablo Cabrera has just spun it for Enosis Esports GT4. Sorry, he has not spun, he has pitted.
Problems for that car, problems also for Sunday Drivers, who are going to receive a 1-second stop and hold. So basically just a stop and go penalty there for avoidable contact.
And are you willing to bet that that's for the incident that we just saw with them swinging wide?
I would say that's most likely what that is for.
Man, this battle for third is picking up big time with Eagle Speed Academy Stage 1 race at Empire Racing Cookie Dough's Nico Collar has managed to fire his way into this one. Stuart Reynolds, fastest lap of the race so far. So drivers continuing to fight this one out. Now, interestingly enough, that is, you normally expect to see a lap time like that put down by a class leader. Not so, as Stuart Nelson deep in the field. That's actually Sim Party Racing Delta from 10th in GT3 Pro that put down the heater.
We got a car around back here, another one of these cars. That's Sim Racing Grid Phantom. Daniel Snortland is around in the 27, and he is going to lose a lot of time here as he's got to find a window to get this thing spun back around without hitting anybody.
And this is coming into one of the trickier corners on the racetrack, and he's collided with his teammate. The sister GT4 car is what spins Sim Racing Grid Phantom around.
That is probably the worst possible scenario. Wrecking is one thing, wrecking with your teammate is a whole other, and that is going to be very bad for that car. I want to give a little bit of a shout out to Yeshel Yunus in the 60 World of Racing Samantha Tan Racing car. That thing started last in class, up to 12th total in GT3 right now. I believe that car is sitting 7th in GT3 Pro.
Don Pepples has lost the GT4 Pro race lead for Altura Esports, and that's because he got a slow down, hopped over, took too much curb in the final chicane, had to slow it down, now runs third, right behind Almeida Racing Academy's Michael Dowden. Now, Almeida and Altura, they had some issues at Brands Hatch about a month ago, so these are two teams. There might be some extra animosity. I'm not saying they're going to go out and wreck each other. That obviously wouldn't fly in a road course series like this. This isn't stock car racing at Bowman Gray after all. But I'm willing to bet they're not going to be giving each other much of a break.
No, I think we'd likely see a little bit of drama between those two cars. As you can see, the 3 car and the 4 car, 3rd and 4th, working on each other right now. RPM Racing Red is going to make the move on the 74 of Mike Young and SRN Motorsports, and that car is back up to 3rd as it continues its pursuit of its teammate up in the class lead, RPM Racing Black.
Quite a hectic race start so far, and honestly, I'm pleasantly surprised that we haven't gotten a safety car yet, despite all of the calamities that we've seen in the early running. And well, the TCR field has been very much fractured up. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix's Logan McKenzie trying to keep Ben Langford at bay for Fiercely Forward Gray. So the battle for second in TCR, still within half a second. The problem is this fight gets broken up every time a lead lap car like a GT4 or a GT3 car tries to get around them.
And that's just going to be a running theme really all night long for these TCRs, is having to deal with those GT3, GT4 cars trying to bulldoze their way through. Because you want to battle, obviously. You want to go at it for position, but you've also got to make sure you're not in the way of those faster cars. Oh, Ben Langford nearly into the bumper there of Logan McKenzie up in front of him. Had to back out, go a little wide to avoid it. He's going to have to re-rack as Pablo Cabrera in the GT4 car for Enosis Esports is going to try to get around both of these drivers in one straightaway.
Yeah, again, just a little bit dicey there, but for the most part, they're able to gather things up. Bit of a look to the inside. Ben Langford thought about it, kind of realized, nope, not happening. Tucks it back in line, takes the wise approach, set him up for turn 1. 0.3 of a second, should be able to get him here if he commits.
See if he can do it. He's been looking at it for quite a bit now. Ben Langford was running up in second earlier on in this race, got passed by that 423 of Logan McKenzie. He's trying to get him back, as they're still behind him as we work down into the chicane here. First of many very tight chicanes on this racetrack with no room to the outside. And, ooh, nearly into the wall there for both cars. Great job to keep it out.
Well, the fight for second remains hotly contested in TCR as Logan McKenzie, Ben Langford continue to scrap it out, firing their way out of the racetrack towards the back straightaway. I mean, these guys doing a good job on keeping this one settled. Parker Duham for WBM White has just lost it. This is coming out of the final chicane and gonna have to pull a 3-point turn to get out of there.
He's gonna come back onto the track in a spot where he's not gonna interfere with everybody else. Oh, there's another one right around behind him. That's Hugh Jass' car. Is that the 373? Yes, it is. Hugh Jass Black, Christopher Flamion behind the wheel. Saw that one car going around and decided to do a little bit of the same thing.
Taking a look here, this is WBM White. Oh, took too much curve, and that's what shot the car around. Very, very lucky there, Sky, not to go into the wall of champions. That was looking like that was going to be a head-on impact into that wall, and that wall bites hard. It's not forgiving.
It does. Hugh Jass Black did basically the same thing, just taking a little bit too much curve there and spinning that car around. We see some battles going on a little bit further up the field here. This is the 299 of Michael Dowd and Dan Peebles in third for GT4 Pro. As these two do battle for second in class, that 252 car is going to try to get its way back up to the lead.
And that Aston Martin just in front of them here, that is Kieran Sharp for TSRC Esports, the race leader of GT4 in general. New fast lap of the race. This time it's set by GT3 Pro overall leader Richard Cawthorne. Check that as the sister car immediately takes it away as Charlie Lund Nilsson gets around him.
That car is really closing up on second in class here. The gap between those two is down to about half a second as that RPM Racing red car continues to try to recover from that early penalty and that early pit stop. Lost 9 seconds to the teammate car up there in the RPM Racing black machine, but Alex King is under pressure from Charlie Lund-Nielsen, who is driven back up through the field here and is going to try to take second away in just a moment.
See how much time Nielsen has gained in the last few laps. 1.2 seconds on both laps 12 and 13. So talk about running him down. We're at the point, he's caught him. He's just got to find a way to get around him now. And at this track, when multi-class racing, catching is one thing, passing is another. You see a flash of the headlights there as Charlie Lund-Nielsen tells the TCR right in front of him, hey, get out of the way. I'm coming through here. I don't want to be held up.
It's always difficult when you catch one of those slower cars at a weird spot like that, like on entry to the corner, because John Combs in the 471 fun-wheel drive backed out there, but you're not always going to see those cars back out, because kind of messing up your line in the corner there, especially if you're a lower class car, can lead to a lot of trouble and a lot of lost time. So as a lead lap car, you've really got to fight to get your way through some of those lower class drivers.
This is the look on board with Nielsen, right? He's got that Mustang hot in his sights, but he's got to be very, very touchy around some of these TCRs because they can jam on the brakes when you're not expecting it to cause some checkups from in front. Don't want to take out the car in front of you and get himself a second penalty from this race. He's already got one for a jump start. The last thing he needs is a 20-second stop and hold for causing a collision or worse. And you ride on board with him still, and man, I tell you what, even in angles like this don't really do it justice, just how much work is going in behind that wheel.
Oh yeah, he is absolutely fighting it right now, right up to the bumper of the 69 car to try to claim his second position back. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back up to the lead, but second to his teammate would be pretty good for right now with about 3.5 hours still left in this race. I mean, a little bit of a wall scrape there for Alex Marsh King in the 69, but it doesn't slow him up enough to where Charlie Nielsen is able to close in. He'll have to get a good exit to this corner and try to pursue him down this long back straightaway.
0.4 of a second, already closing. He got a better run out of the corner. Now he's got the draft to work with him here as he pulls all the way up towards the back end of the number 69. Does RPM Racing Red have what it takes to make it a team 1-2 this time by? Doesn't look like it. Lifts a little bit earlier. He's going to try to set him up for another blast down the front straightaway. Both cars really attacking those big elevated curves, right? Those curves there for the NASCAR Xfinity Series when they came around here in the late 2000s, early 2010s. Since then, they have not been around, but they never were removed on the iRacing service, and not a lot of cars can attack those curves, but these Ford GT3s are one of the few GT cars that can actually do it.
And you've seen drivers do it all day with drivers getting really aggressive up on those curves, trying to make something happen. Charlie Lund-Nielsen grabbed a little bit of the grass there through that corner in hot pursuit.
From above, and oh man, RPM Racing Red's going to get shut down by one of the TCRs just in front of him. Even the TCR flashing his headlights, not too happy with how this GT3 traffic got around him. And that's temporarily going to break up the battle here. Fourth place in GT3, M is picking up as well. You've also got second place. And check that for a minute here. We're 3 wide with TCRs going side by side. These are the sister cars for 4th and 5th battling it out.
Saw some cars trying to quick swerve their way up through the field, trying to not get involved in that. It's the 117 car, Nico Kaler. Now you've got Thomas Renders dropping back. There is some chaos happening now, heading down into the hairpin between basically everybody. This is that 117 to Nico Kaler. He's in a battle with a couple other cars right now. Now you're looking back at some of these TCRs getting lapped. That's Chris Vandegden on the outside, Alyssa Merrill through. Now we've got some GT3s going at it with Brooks Clayton in the AM class on the bumper of Stuart Reynolds in Pro.
Yeah, so these two drivers, this is for GT3 overall. This is not going to be for in-class position. And back to the battle for second in GT4 Pro as they are thinking about going side by side and looking like they're going to decide against it. And then this fight, 5th place in GT4, Am starting to go side by side towards the Lapingo hairpin.
As these cars do battle down here, we've got an incident under investigation we'll get to in just a second as the 343 has that inside line. He'll get the spot.
Careful.
The 50 car is trying to make their way through. That's Project Synced Racing Team, last in class right now after a penalty, trying to drive their way all the way back up through the field. The incident under investigation is between the 321 of Mostly Mediocre Motorsport and the 126 of Sim Racing Grid Gold. We're involved in some contacts here recently, and they are going to take a look at that one.
Oh my goodness, this is getting to be a bit messy here in the battle for 3rd in GT3M, and you got Ivo Lindick, Chris Van Guck, Nico Collar tripping over each other. There's a pro car right in front of them, and in front of that pro car is Yannis Alba for MRCX Quad Dash. Remember, 2 laps down, but not getting out of the way of these guys because he thinks it's a quicker car.
Drama all over the field here. You can see just this camera view down the straightaway how many cars are in such a short space. You've got drivers wheeling it everywhere they can. Contact down there into that corner. That was a bit risky there. I think that was maybe the 60 car. Yes, it was. Yeshel Yunus getting through, and we're 3 wide further back behind him. Look at these. The GT3s are all trying to pull around the outside of that 2nd place TCR battle. We'll go 3 wide. Logan McKenzie, contact from behind there with Nico Kaler. Nico Kaler is going to get around on the outside there. That was Ben Langford in the 497, and these cars are still trying to slip through as Langford and McKenzie still trying to do battle, but they can't because they've got to let through about 20 cars that are being aggressive to get around them.
I cannot understand how incredibly fortunate Ben Langford is that he did not get turned around there, but meanwhile, all the way up the grid, GT3 cars that are all overlaying each other. This is the fight for, it's 9th place overall, but the problem is you got Pro and Am cars that are overlaid on top of each other that are not technically battling for position. And it's just creating a whole pack of mess that no one can fight their way around.
I told you, making passes can be really difficult here for position at a track this narrow. You've got to set your moves up in advance. You can't just trust on powering around down the back straightaway. You've got to be in a position where you can take advantage of a mistake or you can create a good run out of the corner and then generate that move as you make your way down one of these straightaways. That's what these drivers are trying to do. That's what Ivo Linden right now in the 183 is trying to do. Like you said, not in the same class as that car in front of him, but he still wants to get the move as there's a little battling going on further back. This is the 325 car, Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium.
And this is the battle for 3rd in GT4M. Parker Duo under fire from Alexandros Barlas as Alexandros trying to look down the inside, not able to get there as he attacked him into turn 6, out through 7 on the run now to 8 and 9. Boy, and I think finally we'll be able to take sort of a breath here. The GT3s have gotten themselves single file out for the time being. Kind of jumping all over the place, aren't we? Trying to figure out what's going to happen next, where to look next, but everything's kicking off all at once after a bit of a lull.
Yeah, a lot of drama going on right now. 30 minutes into this race, and Barlas has just gone way wide through the corner, so Parker Duham is going to get that spot pretty easily in the 343. Won't have to worry about holding off Barlas for the next little bit of time.
Somebody's got to remind these drivers, right, hey, you're in a 4-hour race, and we just now hit the half-hour point being into this race. And there you see the moment where Parker Duham swings way out wide, or sorry, Alexandros Barlas swung way out wide and allowed for Parker Duham to take the spot back. All the while, all of that carnage has allowed for Ben Langford to drop down towards Logan McKenzie, as once again they are set to battle it out for 2nd place in TCR.
Those TCR cars have been inseparable all night long. I don't know if we've seen a lap without some kind of battle between Logan McKenzie and Ben Langford. They've been switching back spots. Langford had it at the start of the race. McKenzie grabbed it for a few laps there before Langford was able to take it back and defend that 2nd position. They're both quite a ways back of that WSR Esports car that's currently leading in class, driven by Ross McFarlane right now. It's 6 seconds between him and Langford. That up to second and third is still very much on.
Some more GT3 traffic going to duck around, and I'm sure right now McKenzie is grinning from ear to ear because this could give him the opportunity that he needs to try and attack Ben Langford. But he also got put offline. He was hoping maybe both GT3 cars would get around him and put Langford offline for turn 2. It didn't happen, though, so he's able to hold to it. And another drive-through penalty coming in, this one for the 126 machine. That is Sim Racing Grid Gold. Simon Music coming down for avoidable contact. The declaration was not significantly alongside at the turning point. So that is what sends Music into pit road for a drive-through.
He's going to wish that certainly didn't happen. He's already not doing great towards the back of that class, not having a great race right now, and he's going to have to go all the way back through. Man, look at how tight all these cars are. This is incredible.
This is a visual, isn't it? All these cars all in one giant line coming down the straightaway here towards the Wall of Champions chicane, and dicey as well, right? When you're this close together, the saving grace is most of these cars are GT3 runners, so they're relatively even in terms of pace.
Yeah, so you're not seeing some of those big, desperate moves like we saw earlier of GT3s, just trying like, crazy moves to get around some of these TCR cars that are out here in the field. The GT3s have been a little bit calmer when racing with each other so far tonight. We got some cars in pit road here.
And this is Simon Music serving that black flag, remember, so he is going to be in for service. And it will be no harm, no foul for Music as he gets back out onto the racetrack, drops back to dead last in the GT3M field. Taking us back to the fight for third in GT3M, which is still ongoing, but it's more becoming a fight for fourth.
Becoming a fight for basically everything here because these cars have not let it go all night long. That's Chris Van Kook in the 177 for Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Nico Kaler seems like he's been involved in basically everything today, sitting right behind him. Melissa Merrill also back here. Here's Pablo Cabrera in the 275. He's going to lose it through the corner. Oh, that's a pretty big hit there to that metal guardrail. That is going to give him some decent damage on that 275 and send him back quite a few positions.
Tough break. As he is, like you said, send Tumble back to the field. Charlie Lund-Nielsen again, putting down fastest lap honors of the race as the G3 is going to get around the Treehouse Racing Machine. And there is mostly mediocre Motorsport making their drive-through penalty. Boy, what a wild start to the race this afternoon. And I tell you what, if this is how the whole race is going to go down, I'm thoroughly looking forward to it. This has been an extremely entertaining bout so far across all classes. Usually by now the TCRs, you know, there's not a whole lot to talk about there, and, you know, we'll check into them every now and again. But tell you what, they, like you said, they've been going at it from lap one of this race, and so has the GT3M field.
Yeah, I mean, they're still together. Langford has been battling with McKenzie for this entire race so far, and they're not done yet because I don't think they've left within half a second of each other the entire race. Wasn't a great run through that final chicane for McKenzie. He'll lose a little bit of time here, but I don't think it'll be long before he gains that back up. Battle still going on with this 177 car of Chris Van Guck, and he is going to take a big swing right now. We'll see what he can do on the inside of Nico Kaler for position. He's got the spot pretty comfortably. And Alyssa Merrill back there in the pro class is trying to get both of these cars. Kaler's got the inside back through the hairpin, but he doesn't get clear. And Chris Van Kook is going to have the advantage on exit. He's got the better run down this long straightaway. Will he get clear before we hit the chicane? Not quite. Nico Kaler still there on the inside, and he is going to send it down into the chicane. Let's see if he can get the spot back. Big move for that 117.
Oh boy.
He makes it stick. Nico Kaler holds the spot.
That's a game of chicken right there when you're playing that party, and clearly Chris Van Guck's not happy about it because he flashes the headlights there, but hey, he was alongside. You're the one that braked first. That's fair game. He never touched him.
What a move there for that 117 car. He is getting that spot. Chris Van Kook is now going to go back one position. He will sit in 5th in this class, as Kaler has gotten up to 4th, and now he's going to navigate some lap traffic here with Alexandros Barlas in the 325, that GT4 car getting passed. The next car in GT3 AM, it's a little bit up the road. It's the 183 of Ivo Linden, but Kaler isn't too far back, only about a second right now. We'll see if he can catch him over those next 2 or 3 laps.
Well, he's going to have to worry more about Chris Van Gucht behind him, because right now Van Gucht is definitely the bigger threat to worry about. Eagle Speed Academy has been following him through all of this lap traffic and has been unwilling to let Nico Kaler get away. So right now, Empire Racing Cookie Dough not secure still with the 4th place spot in class. If they catch one car at the wrong point, Van Gucht's going to be all over him.
Yeah, the battle's really going to tighten up pretty quickly here for GT3M. I think the Pegassi Motorsport cars are absolutely gone, 1 and 2. No one's catching them. In fact, that 175 Pegassi Motorsport Bravo car is all the way up 5th total, 5th overall in this race right now. The battle in GT3M is with these cars further back, as Ivo Linden is just ahead of Nico Kaler, who's just ahead of Chris Van Kook in that 177 car. Very little separating these 3 right now at the moment. It's only about 2 seconds between all 3 of these cars.
And finally, the field is going to break apart here as we look to the battle for 5th and 6th in GT3 Pro. Haven't talked about much in the GT3 Pro field the last little bit. They've been kind of quiet here. Antonio Alvarez and Yashal Yunus thinking about going side by side with Hugh Jaskol to World of Racing X Samantha Tan Racing. And of course, that battle for 2nd in TCR is still hotly contested, as well as these guys in the midst of some traffic, but it looks like they're going to get clear.
And I've talked about it a couple of times, but Yashal Yunus had that EOL penalty to start the race, didn't take a qualifying lap, went all the way from the rear of the field here after having all 4 qualifying laps invalidated, and has driven it all the way back up to P7 overall, P6 in GT3 Pro, and is fighting to get around now Antonio Alvarez to get a spot up in the top 5 here. Almost some contact a little bit behind him there with that 175 Pegassi Motorsport car that's sitting 2nd in GT3M and is all over the bumper of Eunice. These cars getting a little squirrely as they try to navigate some of these lappers. It's going to be Lorenz de Vlieger up in front of them in GT4AM.
Alex King comes down pit road for his first pit stop of the afternoon, and that may very well be a scheduled stop. We'll have to see how that one pans out. Parker Dillon with a warning for causing minor collisions. That is no penalty yet, but he does have a warning, so he is officially on the radar of the stewards here this afternoon, and I have a feeling if he causes another minor collision, they might not take so kindly to it. Almost 40 minutes deep into a 4-hour race here this afternoon, and my goodness, I mean, these guys just continuing to go at it.
Yeah, there's been tight racing all through the field. These drivers haven't really let up for even a second here, and I think that's just the nature of the track. Gilles-Villeneuve, not a particularly long racetrack, not a racetrack with a lot of space on it. It's very tight, a lot of slow speed corners, and that really bunches everybody up, keeps the field together, and that's how you get some of the looks like this, where you've got 6 cars all in different classes, all under a blanket.
The fight for 3rd in GT3M has not gone away, as Ivo Linden and Nico Kaler. Oh, look at this. A great over-under for Nico as he tried to get the drive up on Ivo Linden, but unfortunately just didn't have the power on quarter angst with the Lopingo hairpin to make it work. On board with Nico Kaler now. He's gone in the battle of lane breakers before. He's going to look to do it again. Over to the right-hand side of the Audi. Deep on the brakes. Trying to go around the outside. He's forced to back out, though. Not going to make that one happen.
Nico Kaler played a little chicken earlier and won. He's going to play a little chicken right there and end up losing the position. Wasn't able to make it stick to the outside of Ivo Linden, and he's going to lose a couple tenths. He'll has to re-rack as a couple cars are in the pits now. Scott McGarvey for SRN is one of them, and you're seeing a few more cars coming behind him. Brooks Clayton, Alyssa Merrill in the pits as well, as we are 40 minutes into this 4-hour race and pit stops are beginning in earnest.
Scott McGarvey jumping into the car for SR Motorsports, replacing Mike Young in that machine as he makes his way out and on to the racetrack, as once again drivers are set to keep fighting this one out here as the battle for fourth overall up on your screens in GT3 Pro. RPM Racing Brand charging after the huge-ass gold machine just a little ways up the road. They're catching one of the GT4 AM runners. That's one of the BMWs that they're going to have to try to find their way around. That really stacks up the Corvette.
And we got another steward announcement here. Incident between number 497, Fiercely Forward, that's one of the TCRs, and Altura Esports 252 is going to be under investigation. So we'll see what the ruling ends up being on that one. The 37 car we're watching right now, Huge Ass Gold, sits fourth in Pro, trying to make their way around, and they will come into the pits here along with Yeschel Eunice in the 60 right behind him, Yoni Leclerc, Stuart Reynolds. Whole line of cars coming down into the pits here, and we nearly had a moment with Ivo Linden and Nico Kaller, who nearly clipped him as he was coming into the pit entry.
Well, that's the hassle of pit road, right? You gotta be careful on your way in because you never know when there's going to be a car flying up on you. You never know when you're going to have yourself struggling with the car, and that's why having a human spot in this situation can be so valuable, right? They can give you that critical information. You look at a static shot head on at pit exit and the front straightaway as there comes some more GT3 cars into pit road here. Fuel limitations kicking into full force here pretty early on, and here comes some of the first GT3 runners now leaving pit road.
Pit stop cycle continues here. We've seen a lot of cars. I'd say about half the field of the drivers in these top couple classes have come down pit road. Most of GT3 has been in, some of GT4 as well. So you see about 6 cars there just in that one shot getting pit stops done. Prismatic Motorsports in, Equipment Geek in, looks like MRC Quad Dash is in, Pegasus Sim Racing. And now your top 2, both of the RPM Racing cars, red and black, are in the pits this time.
And just in time, too, for them, because most of the drivers are on their way out of pit roads, and they're not going to have to contend with too much competing traffic coming into their boxes, as Gene Rubos hops into the car for RPM Racing Black, replacing Richard Cawthraw. Meanwhile, Charlie Lund Nilsson looking like he will be remaining in the car for the red variant for RPM Racing. And right now, one of the lone on-track battles for position is this fight for second place, which still has not been able to break away from another. And you've also got a fight for GT4 Pro picking up.
Battles all over the field here 44 minutes into this race. I mean, these drivers really haven't rested for a second. We've had action all night long, and now we're looking here for the temporary lead of GT4 Pro as pit stops are underway. Almeida Racing Academy, TSRC. Michael Dowd and Kieran Sharp are going at it for the lead of this class. Dowd has the lead right now. They got another car in between them here, as that's Kim Bayett in the 99 Pegasus Sim Racing GT3, who's going to get around. And that will cost Dowden a little bit of time for Kieran Sharp, who will try to gain that time back.
And some of the last of the GT3 runners just now leaving pit road, and that will officially square away most of the battles throughout the pit stop cycles. Oh, man. One of the lone contenders actually that has not yet come down pit road is... Oh, hold on!
Oh!
Big incident. That's one of the Ferraris, I think. Stage 1 Racing's David Van Slembrook into the wall. And jeez Louise, that is a risky way to rejoin the race. That car is destroyed.
That car was running up in 4th when that happened, so this was way up the field. This 72 car of David Van Slembrook had this moment. We'll see if this was maybe contact with the car behind him or if he just lost it. It's a weird spot to be wrecked at.
Oh, he got turned.
Oh, he's going to get turned. That is a huge hit to both the front and rear.
Take a ride on board with the BMW right behind Van Slembrook that got involved in this.
Sauber for MRC Quad Dash, who just gets into the back of him there. And then Varger, that was close.
That was Pegassi Motorsports' Jonathan Verlegron that went around there. And here comes Chris Van Gucht into pit road. He's going to lose the GT3 race lead to Pegassi Motorsports Bravo's Yanni Leclerc, who stays in the race car for the Lamborghini.
Those Pegassi Motorsports cars have been dominant so far this race in GT3 AM. And I mean, you see them up here 1 and 3 right now. It looks like everybody about in GT3 except for Project Sync has come down pit road. Pit stops underway for everybody else. GT4 has had some cars come down. It looks like mostly mediocres into the pits. They made a pit stop here. Alpina Racing Academy maybe into the pits right now, or is my iRacing just bugging out? My iRacing is just bugging out. They are still in the class lead. For now, most of those GT4s, most of the TCRs have stayed out, but every GT3 has come down pit road.
Kieran Sharp maintaining steady ground for TSRC Esports. The battle for the GT4 Pro overall lead has been relatively hotly contested, and they will continue to scrap it out.
Yeah, the Almira Racing Academy car has the lead right now, was up front early on in this race, has been running up in this top 3 for pretty much the entire time tonight, started 4th, I believe, in class, and has fought around that Altura Esports car, that TSRC car that started up in front of him, then the Enosis Esports car that had to make a very early pit stop, maybe had some fuel issues in that car. I mean, it's gotten around all of them in the 299 and has held the lead, but TSRC and Kieran Sharp want to take it back. Kieran Sharp right on the bumper here, but a very defensive line being ran by Michael Dowden to try to stop Sharp from getting up the inside, and it'll work here. Sharp is going to try the crossover, but he would have turned him there if he went full throttle, had to back out, and that's going to lose him a bit of time down the straightaway.
Making their way down the casino straight towards that final critical chicane. Some GT3 traffic coming up behind. The fact that is the overall race leader, about to lap the GT4 Pro leaders for the second time tonight. And a penalty coming in. It's going to be a drive-through for causing a collision, and this one going to go to the 252 Altura Esports machine, and they were running down in 3rd at the moment. In fact, they are the 3rd car in line here that was just looking to attack TSRC Esports.
That is going to be a big drop down the field for Altura Esports. Drive-through penalty there is going to lose, I'd say, about 10-15 seconds there, and that is going to cost them a lot of time, especially because they're going to have to come down again here pretty soon for their scheduled green flag pit stop. That is going to really shake things up in GT4 Pro, because that'll be 2 pit stops in quick succession for Altura.
Fight for second as well in GT3M. Just got a little dicey. Jonathan Velgerin for Pegassi Motorsports nearly spun around when he went 2 wheels into the grass. Chris Van Gucht able to maintain the number 2 spot for the time being. I haven't talked about GT4M too much in the last, 20 minutes or so. But right now, a growing fight for 5th, as you see.
Yeah, some contact there for those 2 cars. The battle is on as they try to make their way around the TCR. That is the 3-2-5 car of Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium right there. A little bit of contact with Randy Errett, who they are battling with. Errett's in the 321 for mostly mediocre, and you've got the TCR of Thomas Renders in between these 2 cars. And Altura is going to serve that drive-through penalty here. We'll see if they lose any positions. It's going to be a pretty big gap behind him. Hugh Jass White is 29 seconds behind. They might not drop back to 4th, but they will lose a lot of time on TSRC.
Almost an hour deep into racing action this afternoon. And the fighting looking like just showing no signs of slowing. Almost a quarter of the way through this race. We talked about how the remainder of the season going to be taking place throughout North America. We started off here in Canada, and then the next two races will be on November 22nd and December 6th. Started off with a 4-hour race at the Sebring International Raceway down in sunny Florida, and then a 6-hour enduro at the Barber Motorsports Park to close out what has been an incredible championship so far. Project Inc. Racing Team actually taking a tow to pit road, so they've had something go awry, and that Audi, it looks like it's in trouble.
My car was already in trouble. It was the only car that hadn't come down pit road so far in that class. So we'll see what happens to that 50. Oh, this is just going to be a normal pit stop there for Project Sync. They'll make a driver change. Bram Lenton is behind the wheel now.
That's why I'm seeing it took tow. They didn't tow, but the cars obviously disappear for a moment when you get a new driver to the machine, and it tends to fool the system a little bit sometimes. Huge ass gold attacking SRI Motorsports for 5th place in GT3 Pro, as well as World of Racing Expense and racing side by side into the final chicane. They're able to keep it out of each other, but again, getting a little bit closer for comfort in the midst of TCR and GT4 traffic.
TCR traffic is just going to be a thing all night here as these drivers try to make their way around these cars, especially as that TCR battle between the 423 and the 497 has not dissipated at all. Right now, I think they're going around that WSR car, that 472 right now. Currently class leader in TCR. And there are a lot of cars trying to get around that TCR. Scott McGarvey in the 74 now, one of them.
And back here for 3rd in GT3M, Legacy Motorsports, Jonathan Valger, and remember, just had a big miss of a crash in this very corner. Now looking to attack Empire Racing Cookie Dough. So the fight continuing on as we are seeing the battles continue to escalate.
Not even an hour into this thing. We've still got about 6.5 minutes to that 1 hour mark, and the fighting has been as aggressive as if it was the final hour of the race, really, since this thing has started. It's been a good one so far, as we got some more cars into the pits here. Is this the start of the GT4? Let's see.
No, that's, I understand why you would imagine it's a GT4, but no, that is that GT3 car that had that monster hit earlier on today, and there is a driver in the car. Van Slenbroek is back in, and he's back out. I think thought the car was a little bit more repaired than it actually was.
Yeah, that's my bad. I saw 22 on the front of that thing.
No,
I assumed it was
like
back
I said,
in the
I don't blame
GT4.
you.
That is actually just the last place GT3 car.
Well, the fight for the lead. Still a hotly contested one, and Sky, we've got the battle for second picking up, and I think finally we're going to have a look as to the inside of turn 1 goes Ben Langford trying to attack Logan McKenzie down to the inside, nearly caught down between the two. McKenzie back to the bottom side of turn 2, and he's going to hold on for the race lead just for now.
Man, these two have been going at it for a straight up hour now, and the battle has not subsided at all. McKenzie is the inside, but on the switchback, it's Langford, and after a little bit of contact, the 497 gets that spot. He's back up in P2. And hey, guess what? We got some rain on the radar.
Sure do. Not too far out either. Now, the humidity has been slowly climbing, as has the wind speeds, and you can see all the clouds in the distance right on just how hotly contested of a race this could seek to be. I mean, those clouds not looking ideal, and I think you're correct. Rain in the area and could very well be imminent.
Yeah, it's not very heavy rain, but we're looking maybe 30, 45 minutes from now for that rain to move into the area. That's what iRacing is saying, 55% chance of rain in about 50 minutes, which looks like it would be about when that storm would arrive on radar.
To the inside goes Sim Racing Grid Gold around Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, Aspen Martin, gonna look to fight that one out. So she's gonna have a good afternoon as well for the Prismatic crew. Man, Prismatic Motorsports had such a tough night at the office about a month ago at Brands Hatch. I mean, their cars got put through the ringer, and well, they're not fighting for top 5 spots, but Aston Martin is still very much in the run, and that car is still situated where it started. So overall, can't exactly say that's a bad day still.
That car's sitting 17th right now. Started out back of class. Like you said, it's gained a couple spots since this race started, as we've got more drivers down pit road right now. And this is going to be, I believe, the start of the GT4 pit cycle. That's the Brett Akey entering that 333 Sim Racing Party Echo car. See what he can do behind the wheel of that thing.
So this is now, it's like now we got GT4 cars in pit road. Aston Martin continuing to close up towards the back of Roy Moss. So it's going to be an Audi versus Porsche fight here, it looks like. For Sim Racing Red Palladium, Jonas Gobranson jumping into the car for the 325.
I think driver changes here for a lot of these GT4s, as we are now 1 hour into the race. Kind of splitting the stints evenly. I know when you're planning some of these races for an Enduro, you try to split the splits somewhat evenly, maybe 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour type deal. So I think that's what we'll see go on for a lot of these GT4 cars right here, as they'll get fuel back in and they'll get out for the next hour run of this race. See what happened right here.
This is the pass for 8th in GT3 Amherst Prismatic Motorsports. Minerva made the pass on stage 1 racing. Good lunge down the straightaway, just got a better drive and ran with it.
Starting to approach the 1 hour mark into this race as we cycle through the GT4 stops, and now the only cars in the field who have not come down yet are those TCRs towards the back. And those cars, those 6 TCRs, won't be too long before I think we see some of those drivers come down. Most of the GT4 classes come in. I think some of the only drivers who haven't right now, it's looking like Enosis is going to stay out. They had that very early pit stop, if you remember, only about 9 laps into the race, so they've just got more fuel in it than everybody else. We're also waiting on TSRC to come down. I think they'll likely do that this time. They're going to head down the back straight away, and I am assuming that 298 car of Kieran Sharp is going to come down pit road. Yes, he will, and that will, with the exception of Enosis, complete this GT4 pit cycle, and all of them will be out on the same fuel and hopefully the same tires here.
Saw Parker Doom go down the inside of Brett Akey for Sim Party Racing Echo and put the WBM White Machine into a GT4 AM podium. So fights continuing on, and there is the Enosis.
Oh, spin! Contact, one of those cars went around. Oh, he saved it!
Yeah, Roy Moss having a bit of a moment there for stage 1 race, and we cut away from it, unfortunately, right as it happened. This is a look back, and it's a big lunge from the McLaren behind. He got hit by the TCR, and that might have helped push him into him. Man, lucky that didn't end up being worse than it was.
Yeah, oh my goodness, car hard around in the wall of champions.
Me.
Roy Mass is totaled.
You are kidding me. Same 2 cars that we just saw.
That is going to be one for the stewards to look at if they look at the replay on this.
We'll look at that as well, but for the time being, we got other action on the racetrack we can't cut away from just yet, but we'll keep that replay in the back pocket for the time being. The battle for second place in TCR is currently on, and it actually is looking like that is starting to settle out. So this is what happened to stage 1 racing. They were catching the McLaren just in front, and what happened?
He just completely whiffed that corner, nearly wiped out the car up in front of him as well.
Another look at speed. Man, that almost looks like a brake failure, doesn't it?
He was on the brakes. He just started really late on the brakes, kind of. Everybody else is already slowing down for the corner, and I mean, you'll see it here. He just took a hot second to slow that car down, and Yeah, I mean, ooh.
Oh, boy. Tell you what,
that 373 car, Christopher Flambion, is going to need a new diaper after that one.
Yeah, no kidding. This is on board with Chris Flams, and what he saw, watch from behind at how close this Audi comes to just cleaning him out. Boy, and the McLaren behind getting involved. I mean, again, there's so many ways you can look at this. This is on board with Brian Fratiade. Just never saw it coming.
He's lucky he ran a little wide there. I think he might have saw that car just speed it up in the rear view and quick switch it left, trying to dodge the contact. That was crazy. Hey, these TCRs are going at it again.
Are we surprised?
Logan McKenzie.
You know what? I wonder if... I have a feeling that maybe the Audi was using the same braking marker for pit entry.
I wonder there. That was a weird one for sure.
By far the hardest hit that we have seen so far in any race this season. So Ben Langford, Logan McKenzie, 2 and 3, still fighting it out.
Finally crossed that 1 hour mark here for these drivers, and I said it a little earlier, but you would not know it by how tight these cars have been racing. You'd think it's the final hour with the intensity of some of these battles we've seen all over the racetrack. With the intensity of this battle for second in TCR between Ben Langford and Logan McKenzie, who have been going at it for about an hour and 3 minutes straight now. I don't think these cars have been outside of the half-second marker this entire time.
The racing has been stellar all afternoon, and there is still a good 3 hours left to run. And hold on here as Ben Langford getting checked up by GT4s and had a bad run. He's flicking the light and saying, hey, get out of the way. I'm in a fight here if you're going to be that slow. And that puts him side by side with Logan McKenzie down the front straightaway into turn number 1. But Ben Langford breaks late, misses the apex at 1, but is able to get it slowed down in time for 2, and it covers him off.
Ben Langford, he has been, I mean, he's lost the ground in this battle quite a few times now. He's been passed by McKenzie, and every single time he's managed to get his way back around that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car and get the position back. This battle is the gift that keeps on giving. It just does not end. There behind that 369 of Preston Rudka, the Sunday drivers, that was the car that held Langford up, and he is still struggling around this racetrack. That car is barely faster than these TCRs right now. Problems for Preston Rudka behind the wheel of that thing.
Well, it's not that he's slower, right? The issue that he's got is the fact that the TCRs are fast in the corners because they're front-wheel drive with a shorter wheelbase. They can just generally corner quicker. It's the power, the top-end speed, where the GT4s break away from the TCR. So he's going to get a good gap here coming down the straightaways. But this is the same problem that we saw at Brands Hatch in the last race, right? So many times GT4 would get around these guys and then wouldn't make a move, and a change for the lead in GT4.
Almeida in the 299 car has been up there for a while. They'll get back around that TSRC Esports car. We'll see the move here. Michael Dowden in the 299 in hot pursuit down the corner, and he'll just get that better run as the two of them head side by side into the hairpin. Makes that move look easy there as he gets clear on exit.
That pass was textbook there. Got the run and made it work. And now, fiercely forward Gray into pit road. He's missed his box. Ben Langford misses his pit stall. He's got to reverse into it. That's going to be at least 20 seconds or so total lost on pit road at the end of the day.
And now the TCR pit stops will begin here. I don't think we're too far off seeing another GT3 cycle here. I'd say only about 15 minutes from that one as the TCRs make their first stops of the race. A lot of those drivers are going to come down here over the next couple. Ben Langford was the first car in, but I don't think it'll be too long before we see Ross McFarlane, Logan McKenzie in as well. And these drivers are going to be watching the radar because we are coming up on some rain. Unclear if it's actually going to hit the racetrack or for how long, but it will be something on these drivers' minds as the chance of rain in iRacing just continues to increase up to 55% in about 25 minutes. 40 in minutes, it's going to be a 90% chance of rain. I might have a meteorology minor, but you don't need that for me to tell you that it is going to be wet.
Well, it is getting steadily dark over the racetrack. I mean, look at how dark it's gotten. And now a fight for fourth in TCR as Thomas Render's fight with John Combs. Contact between the two as John Combs sent out wide. Cuts back over to the right-hand side, but Project Racing Team.SQL holds firm against Fun Wheel Drive.
This TCR class might have some of the best battles we've seen. Only 6 cars right now. Watching that 471 Fun Wheel Drive car, but they have had so much racing among those 6. And now Ben Stratt is going to come in. Here it comes.
No,
Fun Wheel Drive, and John Combs is backwards into the wall.
Oh my goodness. A horribly mistimed dive bomb from the GT4 creates carnage in the TCR field, and John Combs has a meatball flag. He will have to come and serve it. That is a tough break, and look at this. I mean, where was he going?
There were 2 dive bombs there in one corner. It was the dive bomb from Kurt Van Straten in the 388 GT4, and it was also a dive bomb for John Combs in the 471. And Combs is going to get the worst of it. The car that got dive bombed, Thomas Renders, is out clean like nothing happened.
Well, look at the GT4. Look at how much he hopped up on the curbs, and he pushed all the way to the left side of the track and doored into the other TCR. He was never making that corner. Should have just waited for the next straightaway to get around them. That is impatience right there that has costed John Combs big time. And both Project Racing cars are in the pit road. How much damage does Verstappen have? Or Verstappen, sorry.
Okay, maybe a penalty for that 357. Is that correct for is that Sim Party or the 337 for that car? I am showing a black flag right now. I wonder if that's just a corner cut or if that is something else for the 337.
That will be for a pit road violation because we're not seeing anything from the steward, so that will likely be for speeding on the exit of pit road.
We'll see, that car was in the pits a couple laps ago. We will figure out what that 337 is going to get that penalty for. We've got a couple incidents being investigated by the stewards, most notably 497 of the TCR, Fiercely Forward Gray, and Equipment Geek Racing under investigation for an incident about a couple minutes ago.
Battle is on for 10th place in GT3 Pro as well as for 4th in GT4M. As the fights continue to develop up and down throughout this race, and the fight for the overall lead is picking up as well. Where the heck did Charlie Nilsson come from? RPM Racing ran ready to duke it out with the 6 car. This battle really snuck up on us here, Scott. There's been so much happening. We completely forgot to check with the overall race leaders until just now.
Yeah, this battle's been going on. The leader in GT4 AM's now into the pits. They came into the pits 6 laps ago. I wonder if that's maybe an incident point penalty on that 337 car, or if they just massively cut a corner. Not sure. Either way, they're out. They're not going to hold the lead. They'll go back to, I believe, 3rd in class as the battle for the race lead continues between the 10 and the 1. And we've got contact back here as well.
That's Brett Akay just getting a shot to the shorts from Randy Arrett, mostly mediocre motorsports, into the back of Sim Party Racing Echo in the fight for 4th in GT4M. Gosh, what a race this has been so far. And again, you'd hope the co-drivers of some of these cars are telling the drivers, hey, you got almost 3 hours left. You can afford to wait a corner or two.
I mean, I'm not complaining that these drivers have been aggressive. It's been fun to watch up here in the booth so far. Charlie Lund Nielsen had that jump start penalty at the very start of the race, took him back to 5th in class, and he has spent the last hour driving his way back up the field, and now he's right on the bumper of his teammate. We're going to get a battle for the lead here. Down the back straightaway, can Nielsen close in on Gene Rubas up front?
3.5 tenths of a second. That gap going to close to 3 tenths. He is not going to be close enough to have a look into the final chicane. Might try for something a little bit further up the road. He's got a good run this time. That was a much better run through that final chicane, but he's going to get checked up by some lap traffic. Don't think he's going to be able to go down the inside of his teammate. He could have had a look, but that GT4 traffic being right there really hampers his efforts.
Yeah, they had to get around the 237 huge-ass white car of Austin Tucker, and that will prevent Charlie Lund-Nielsen from getting the send on that 10 car up there in the lead. But the one is there. He's been fast all night long, hasn't given an inch here for much of this race. In fact, I believe that one car has the fastest overall lap so far this race. Charlie Lund-Nielsen has been on it from green flag to now, and he is looking, he's hungry to get this lead back.
Quarter of a second. Charlie Lund-Nielsen can smell that race lead once again. Mark Reynolds has had a problem deeper in the field. Before this fight could develop much further, let's take a look quickly on what happens to the number 8 runner in GT3 Pro. Too much of the sausage curves, loops the back end, and noses it into the Armco.
That is not too big of a hit. That could have been a lot worse there.
I definitely agree with you on that one. I mean, they talk about close shave there. Well, there's also the Pegasus Sim Racing 99 against Project Sync Racing Team. Kim Bayett and Bram Lenton fighting for 9th and 10th in GT3 Pro as well.
Bayett in that 99 car has a decent gap right now back to Bram Lenton, but that 50 car is trying to recover from some early incidents for that team. That team had a penalty. That team had some issues in pit road. They've spun out. I mean, it's all gone wrong for Project Sync Racing, and they have just been in non-stop recovery mode through the first hour of this race as, hey, look, battle for the lead's coming back. That one car is on him.
Riding on board with Gene Rubos for RPM Racing Black. As the fighters continue to duke this one out amongst themselves. And once again, you see them just attacking those sausage curves. Having just seen a McLaren spin around off of those same curves, makes you a little bit twitchy.
It does, but if you're up here racing for the lead, especially if you're Charlie Lund-Nielsen, who has spent so long trying to get this spot back, you're going to be a little aggressive. Obviously, you don't want to go too overboard as the battle's going on back here. Bram Lenton will get that spot. Will take 18th overall in GT3 over Kim Bayett, and that 50 car is going to have the advantage now down into this hairpin. If you're that one of Lund-Nielsen, you want to be aggressive because you want to get the lead back, but you don't want to be so aggressive that you make contact with your teammate, because that is the worst case scenario for this battle. The one's going to have the run here down the front straightaway. Let's see what he can do into turn 1.
Oh no, he's not going to go for it. So choosing to back out, interestingly enough, I would have gone for it personally. I mean, you had a run, absolutely could have made that move work. You wonder if maybe they're waiting for a good opportunity to swap positions here, because right now I think it's pretty obvious that Gene Rubos is holding Nielsen up.
I think that one car is absolutely faster. A position swap would be interesting, but there's no sign of it just yet. I think they've had more than a couple opportunities to get it done with that 15-second gap back to the next car in GT3 Pro. Ooh, almost some contact right here with that huge ass car. That is the 137 right there in GT3 AM. A little bit of contact with the, looks like the Sim Party Racing Omega car behind.
This is 4th place in GT3 AM. That's kicking off. A big look to the inside, and yeah, good idea. Think better of it. You'll have a chance. Not worth tearing up the car just yet. And that is a position swap as Brooks Clayton for Hugh Jassiello just made the pass on Jonathan Valgarin to get around him.
Lap car's always playing a factor in this race, but you've got none of them up for the battle of the lead right now. You'd think if they were going to do a position swap, I mean, that would be the perfect opportunity to do it. I think RPM Racing is just going to race this out And we'll see if Lund Nielsen is able to pass that black car. He's definitely being a little more conservative here because he does have his teammate in front of him. Doesn't want to force any contact, doesn't want to cause a wreck when these two are very obviously the 1 and 2 cars right now in this race. But he's still looking for a spot. He's not really settling into second. He's a little faster.
Three tenths. That's all it's going to take here. As the fighting for positions continues and remains hotly contested, as well as the fight here. Oh, and contact is huge as gold. Punted out wide by the Porsche of Pegassi Motorsport. Jonathan Valgaeren upsetting Brooks Clayton clearly, and I think reasonably so. He left no room there.
That 146 car in the middle of this all as these battles continue to work for basically every position. Here comes that 146 is going to dive. We might go 3 wide here. Let's see. No, Pegassi is going to get around there pretty easily. And now you've got Brooks Clayton, you've got Yashao Yunus all trying to get around this lap car of Gulbranson right now. Oh boy.
And as well as that, the GT4M battle for the lead is picked up. Haven't seen this one picking up for a while. Kurt Verstraeten, for really the first time since he took the lead, under fire now from Parker Doohan by only about 0.6 of a second. All the while, the battle for the overall race lead remains within 0.3, but it looks like those are teammates trying to work together here. So this is the real fight between the 388 and the 343.
As you see them negotiating with some lap cars, the TCR of Logan McKenzie, Antonio Alvarez is up here as well. That was the GT3 who just got around both of these cars. Parker Doohan is coming pretty quickly there in that 343. We've seen him up towards the front of this GT4 AM class basically all night long. This would be his chance to grab the lead for the first time. And are we seeing some GT3 pit stops here? This would be the time for that to happen.
Oh no! Causing a collision for the GT3M race leader. And Eagle Speed Academy is going to be sent to pit road.
Drive through there. That's Kurt Van Straten, the GT4 leader. You see him in this battle as Parker Doohan is right on the back of him, but he should get that spot here in about a lap when that 388 does have to serve that drive-through penalty. Devastating for him because he has done such a good job to control this race so far.
Yeah, that effectively going to end this battle here for the GT4 AM race lead. A tough break and a tough decision, and that contact there, the penalty, that's going to be what took out the TCR battle for second.
Okay, so that is going to be all right. So that was the one we saw earlier there where we saw a bit of 3-wide drama between those two cars, and Van Straten is going to get the penalty for that one, and he will have to serve the drive-through. And this battle that has raged on for GT4 AM is just starting to get really good with Parker Doohan all over the bumper. Is going to end prematurely, and Doohan, I think, just going to bide his time now and wait till this car makes a move into the pits in front of him. That is a GT3, Alex Marsh King, who absolutely sailed that corner, but he's got enough horsepower in that thing that he's going to pull away anyway. A lot of GT3s trying to make their way through this battle.
Well, they got to be careful because remember, the 388's got a black flag, so he's going to be coming into pit road hot here. Don't want to have another incident on entry. And here he comes.
So he'll serve that penalty, and Parker Doohan in the WBM white car is going to be your new leader in GT4 AM. See how long that holds. He's got a 3-second gap back to Sim Party Racing in the 337. Gardner Sanborn behind the wheel of that car right now.
Several drivers continue to fight their way up and around, and Charlie Lund Nielsen continues to hold to the back of Gene Rubos. Let's ride on board for a couple laps, and we'll let you feel the noise here on Green Flag TV as racing action continues here at Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve. Quite a fight that we've been having so far here at the circuit Gilles-Villeneuve. A pass for 5th in GT3M a few moments ago. This is David Truxier getting around Brooks Clayton, with Clayton actually having been spun, courtesy of the 146. Actually getting into Pegasi Motorsports is Jonathan Valgarin there. And we've seen those two cars come together, right? And I feel like Brooks Clayton potentially a little bit of frustration here as he dives it in, desperate to get the move done, and just takes the back end.
Yeah, and there's going to be maybe some netcode contact from behind there, so maybe some damage on the front and rear of that car. We are, I would say, less than 10 laps from getting a little bit of rain here at Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve. It's not going to be a heavy rain, and it's not going to last for very long, but we are going to get a little bit of a drizzle and a sprinkle, some light rain around this racetrack here for looks like much of the next 45 minutes. We will see how that affects this race when these drivers come down, if they come down for tires. I wonder if some of these GT3 cars are maybe just saving fuel right now to try and wait as long as possible to take wets when they come down. Some of those cars, it's not working because SRN has just come down along with Huge Ass Blue. GT3 pit stops are very much underway right now.
While GT3 pit stops are underway, we'll catch you up with a little bit of what's coming up next here on Green Flag TV. Later tonight, the SRA Super Speedway Blitz kicks off as we see Alexander Bueller jump into the car for Huge Ass Blue. So it's going to be SRA Super Speedway Blitz action at Daytona later on this afternoon. Blaze Belzarkas here is action out at the Auto Club Speedway alongside High Tide Racing League and Oma Sorrell for a triple header down in Fontana, California. The Mid-Atlantic Racing Series will take to the Charlotte Roval on Tuesday, and then doubleheader on Wednesday as well with the Premier Sim Racing Outlap Motorsports Truck Series out in Michigan, alongside the Beer League for race number 4 on Wednesday night. All of that and plenty more action still to come here throughout the month of November as this race continues onward.
I'm watching all of these drivers, watching the windshields on a lot of these cars, waiting for the drops of rain to start to hit the racetrack, because the west side of this racetrack, the side that we have all of those very tight chicanes on, is coming very, very close, only a couple minutes away from starting to see some rain on it here, and that is going to really shake things up. Like I said, not going to be a lot of rain. It's not going to be a downpour, but it will be enough that it affects these drivers.
Will it be enough, though, to force a change onto wet weather tires is the big question.
Well, that's going to be the big one. We will see. I think with how long the rain is going to go, I think we will see some drivers come down for wets, just because 45 minutes of dry tires on a wet racetrack does not seem like fun, even if the track isn't soaked like you might expect. Pegasi Motorsport Bravo into the pits here. Empire Racing Cookie Dough. A lot of GT3s in right now as there is a traffic jam on the back straightaway.
And there's the move for the lead of the race, as the RPM car is going to actually go for a swap here potentially, as the black car comes down to pit road. The red car stays out on the racetrack. So Charlie Nielsen staying out to try and go for an overcut onto the sister car. And now 3 wide with an AM Audi and a GT4 Mercedes. We'll see Nielsen finally punch into clean air.
Yeah, we will, and it's going to be interesting on GT3 pit strategy here if some of these cars just wait to come down until the rain starts. Empire Racing Cookie Dough just came down, did put wet tires on the 117, and it is raining.
Boy.
If you go to the in-car on Gardner Sandborg, 337 right now, it is raining on the racetrack. For a lot of these cars on the west side, on the chicane side, there you go, there's the rain. And we are going to see a lot of GT3s come down over these next few laps. I wonder if they'll come down for wet tires like Cookie Dough just did, or if they'll be like these other cars that came down, like Sim Racing Party Delta, who came down and put dry tires on it. RPM Black took dries as well. So this is the strategy, as it is raining everywhere all over the racetrack.
Pegasus Sim Racing coming down the road. You said it's not going to be a downpour. I don't know. It's coming down quite a bit.
We'll see. On the iRacing radar colors, this is still blue. This is the blue segment of the rain. I don't think we're particularly going to leave the blue segment of the rain. Maybe a little bit of green on the back end, but on iRacing, that means not very heavy rain. So we will see. We also might get a weird circumstance where it rains for about 15 minutes, stops raining for a few, and then starts raining again. So it's going to be a mess here on the strategy. Those are the only two cars who have come down for wets, is Empire Cookie Dough and Pegasus Sim Racing 99. Everybody else still out on dries at the minute.
Now you see the tire compounds up on the left-hand side of the tower. We'll pull that up again when we get another string of cars down pit road. Charlie Lund-Nielsen comes down pit road as well. Worth noting that a good chunk of the cars that did come down pit road in the last lap or two, they have remained on slick tires. Now, we got teased with some potential of rain at Brands Hatch, but the race ended up going live shortly after the rain had stopped and the track had had a bit of time to more or less dry out. Some of the curbing in the outside of the track was still wet. There was a big patch of standing water at the bottom of Patnack Hill Bend that created a lot of chaos over the course of the 4 hours, but overall, it was a dry race at Brands Hatch, and the couple drivers that did start on wet weather tires, they were forced to come down for slicks less than 15 minutes into the race. Have we just seen Nico Kohler and Kim Bea make devastating errors to their races by taking wets? Now, they have to hope this rain keeps falling.
We will see. For now, the rain is falling pretty decently right now on the racetrack, but I mean, we are in a very weird spot where I think it is going to stop raining in about 3 or 4 minutes and then start raining again shortly after. So it is, I mean, it's all over the place. It's a weird system that's moving onto the racetrack right now, and it's going to give these drivers and maybe any spotters or crew chiefs, they got a headache right now as they try to decide what they're going to do.
Not a lot of windshield wipers going right now either, which shows that the rain is still a bit lighter on the racetrack. Not heavy enough to warrant wipers. I mean, you're looking on board with Gardner Sanborn right now. He still has pretty good visibility out of that windshield.
Yeah, Nico Kohler on those wet tires is struggling behind the wheel of that 117. Bad lap for him. 2 laps in a row. He was 7 seconds off the pace of the car in front of him there on wet weather tires, so I just don't think the track is wet enough for them right now. I mean, we'll see what ends up happening, but right now that does not seem like the play, as the track is starting to get a little damper. It's just not there yet. The rain isn't heavy enough.
Oftentimes a good indication for when a good changeover point is when you start to see rooster tails kicking up behind these cars, right? I mean, once you start to see that, you're pretty safely at the changeover point at that point in time. Obviously, it depends heavily on what car you're running, but for the most part, yeah, it's been running pretty dry. Oh, there we go, and around goes Pegassi Motorsports, and the first car falls to the rain.
And that 146 of Thomas Vanden Bosch just absolutely lost it there. A little too much speed into the corner, and he is around, and he will drop quite a few positions there behind the wheel of that 146 back to 5th in class. By the way, steward decision, final warning for the 137 Hugh Jass yellow car for minor avoidable contact. The next one will be a penalty.
And the reason why we saw the Pegassi Motorsports car swing around, right, is the racing line itself is mostly dry. But where it's not the racing line, it's wet. And he dipped 2 tires into the wet stuff and was getting around some lack traffic. That's what unsettled the car into the braking zone. And we are critically starting to see some rooster tails flying up behind some of these race cars.
And this rain is going to be really difficult, like you said, for the cars who are lapping, because they've got to go offline to pass some of these drivers who are in the slower cars, like the TCRs. And when you go offline in the rain, it can be really treacherous. You've got to make sure you don't get yourself in trouble and end up crashed out, as we're seeing some pit stops here. This is the Pegassi Motorsports Bravo car, and that thing will come down for wets. It came down 3 laps to go for dries and has now switched. So that'll be an interesting strategy call for Yoni Leclerc.
Evidently didn't think the track was wet enough to warrant it yet, and they probably a mistake and call on that one if this rain looks set to continue. Empire Race Cookie Dough's Nico Kohler right now holding on. Brooks Clayton as well right behind. They're going to exchange position for second place as Clayton goes down the inside on slicks.
And we're going to see if these wet tires are kind of faster at a certain point than the dries. For now, it looks like the wets still are a little bit slower. Nico Kohler is still getting passed by a lot of cars, so I don't think we're quite at the changeover point yet, but if the rain keeps falling like it is, I don't know if it'll be too long before we get there. It looks to be about 30 minutes more of rain still in the forecast, and that is going to play a major role in the kind of middle stages of this race, as we see some cars going way fast right now and some going a lot slower out on the racetrack.
Drivers started to tiptoe around, being a bit more ginger with their movements, as we see Parker Doom and Gardner Sanborn still within a second of each other in the battle for the GT4 AM race lead. Just 26 minutes to go before the halfway point, and Sky, then you're going to be leaving us, and Fettuccini's going to be jumping in to the broadcast. It's hard to believe we're already almost halfway through. Mike O'Dowd comes down, the Almeida Racing Academy driver, getting onto slick, or getting onto wet weather tires, sorry.
We've got a couple more cars who are taking that wet weather strategy here. See how it ends up working out for them over the course of this race. The rain is going to get heavier. This is not the heaviest it's going to get. We've got heavier rain coming over the next 15 minutes that could switch the balance in favor of those wet weather tires. So that is the GT3 AM leader, Eagle Speed Academy, into the pits right there. We'll see what the play is for that car, if they're going to come down and put some wets on it, or if they are going to come down and just keep some dries. We will see how that goes for that 177 car. I am watching to see when it updates if that car is going to come down and come out on dries or wets.
Oh,
they
boy.
saved a lot of gas. Ooh.
Sorry, a big tank slapper right behind for Brooks Clayton just a few seconds ago. This was dicey here right on board with Clayton here as that car snapped sideways on the exit of turn 8 and nearly clobbered the concrete wall right beside him.
See that replay there. There's been a couple near misses
Right
all race, and the rain is only really going to amplify them. Whoa.
Yeah, that's not a game you want to be playing with too much, but he's not deterred. He's staying out on slick tires despite that moment.
And by the way, Eagle Speed Academy Esports, Chris Van Gucht, leader in GT3 AM, is on wets. He has come down for wet tires on that car.
And started to pick off traffic. Bit of a bobble there as he tries to get to the back of one of the BMWs here. Seeing more and more drivers making the call. I think a lot of the drivers that have, a lot of the GT4s that are coming in now, they're due for a pit stop, right? So they're going to switch over to wets pretty safely. Now, the problem is a lot of the GT3 traffic is hesitant to come down pit road because they just committed to dry tires. They don't want to come down and burn a whole other pit stop worth of time. They're hoping this rain goes away before that changeover pit hits proper.
As yeah, you're seeing more cars start to come down now, and I think this is going to be a lot of drivers on wet tires. We'll see a few maybe try the dry strategy. This is just going to be... It's all going to come down to what tire strategy you're on right now. The heavier rain is on its way. It's starting to fall on this racetrack, and that will balance it out a little more in favor of wet. If there was an intermediate tire on these cars, let me tell you, I think the whole field would be on it right now. But we only have dry and wet, and that is giving these drivers quite a headache.
Fight for second in GT4M. Parker Doom and Randy Errett. Both drivers still on slicks. They have not yet come down pit road, and both drivers are starting to struggle with traction a bit more here. And you can hear some of these drivers really struggling with revs bobbing in and out as drivers get all over the place on the revs, especially with the GT3 cars. And now coming down pit road for the lot of them.
And this is going to be interesting for some of these cars because they came down just for dry tires only about 3 or 4 laps ago. Honestly, the biggest beneficiary of this all might be Eagle Speed Academy because they came down, they saved fuel, came down as the last car in GT3, put wets on it straight away, and now they're in a great spot. They're 35 seconds clear of Empire Racing Cookie Dough, the next car in class.
There's a look in the tire compounds up and down throughout the field here, showing just how many drivers have jumped onto the wet weather tires. The only drivers that really haven't are, in fact, the GT4 Pro runners in the top 3, but they're coming in now. We can expect to see them on slick tires before too long.
This is going to be wet. Even the TCRs have all come down and taken wet weather tires now, and we'll stay on these wet weather tires for at least the next 30 minutes or so as rain continues to fall on this racetrack. And now it's going to be really treacherous for your GT3 cars, for your GT4 cars, as they do a little bit of lapping, because going offline can be tough with how big the puddles are on this racetrack.
Checking in on some of the TCR contenders. Ross McFarland still in the car for WSR Esports. Sim Racing Great Phoenix, though, has put David Johansson into the race car. So Johansson now out on the racetrack. Robert Sharp in for Fiercely Forward Gray. Rutger Herbosch in for the .SQL machine from Project Sync Racing. And Ben Williams in for Fun Wheel Drive. So the TCR contenders haven't talked about them much in the last half hour or so. They have all found themselves in with mostly new drivers and mostly wet weather tires, as well as now I'm counting only 1, 2, 3, 5 cars on track that are still on slicks.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see those cars who are on slicks come down soon, because it is rough out here for those drivers who are still running those slick tires. Their lap times have slowed considerably, and it's going to be so dangerous with how wet this track is. You're at a very, very high risk of spinning if you are one of those cars who is still on slick tires, like the Sim Racing Red Phantom car that currently sits 7th of Daniel Snortland, 6th in GT3 Pro. He's also behind that Eagle Speed Academy AM car, who made a great pit strategy. Oh my good, if you go on board with this 27 car, he is fighting this thing. He's almost spun it a couple times now. Oh, 27 car through the grass. Oh boy. Big problems for Daniel Snortland.
Drivers struggling to fight this one out. This is Snortland, one of the drivers that is still on slick tires, and we're well past the engine. But look at how deep he goes into the brakes, and that is lock up there out on the wet stuff and trying to fight through it for Sim Racing Grid fans, but that car's got to come down for wet weather tires. He has only hurt himself by staying out there more and more. He's losing time actively.
Yeah, he's going to have to come down this time. I can't imagine he's going to stay out any longer than this, because that car is having a very, very bad time, and he will send it into the pits this time around.
Watch the speed limit.
Well, let's see. I think he's going to get it in there pretty good. A couple other cars still out on dries are struggling. Sim Racing Party Omega, I would not be surprised if they come down this time as well, as the Treehouse Racing 218 of Justin McCullough, and with the car off track.
Sim Racing Grid Gold off the road. That's Simon Music that's going to rejoin the racetrack. One of the runners that is actually on wet weather tires. Just losing the back end, going for a high-speed spin. And tell you what, Treehouse Racing made the right call to just abandon the corner, not take the chance.
Yeah, especially since that car is on dry tires, so they do not have the ability to move around this racetrack right now.
Treehouse Racing is still on dries? Oh, they are. No kidding. Yeah, that it was definitely a right call then.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to come down along with one of the other contenders here, coming down to pit road, as we are now 20 minutes away from halfway. After quite the ride.
I think we're going to see everybody who was on dries come down here right now. We are still showing Michael Dowden last place in GT4 Pro on dry tires. We will see what the play is for that car. He was in the pits for about 3 minutes. Some major issues on the 299 that was previously contending for the lead in GT4 Pro and is now last place on the wrong tires.
Hold on, look out, as one of the GT3s just went sliding off the road. That was Sim Party Racing Omega, who's going to bail out to pit road. That car clipped the wet grass on the way into the final chicane and had a bit of a moment. May have been a by design call to come down pit road, and it was, as that car is still on slicks, but talk about having a close shave.
Yeah, we've seen some cars cut the grass here, in particular in some of these chicanes where you can kind of get away with it with the low curbs. You're not going to see any of that now that it's raining. The grass strategy is well and gone because you're going to hit some mud and you're going to go flying if you do that. Oh, here comes Marion Mulker losing time.
Yeah, just got around the BMW, went in a bit too hot, and that's going to allow for Jonas Gilbranson to get back around the outside, coming down through turn 5, diving into 6 and 7 as Gilbranson holding on to the battle for 4th place here. Mulker down in 5th, 0.2 of a second between the pair. This here, one of the closest fights on the racetrack right now. And it's just a matter of drivers trying to sight ever-changing braking points. And the problem is the braking points at this point are changing every single lap.
Yeah, there's no consistency. You're feeling it out every single time you go down in there. This is, I think, the heaviest rain we're gonna get on the track right now, and Marion Mulker is struggling in this wet condition. The rain is gonna start to subside here in not too long, maybe about 15 minutes before we start to see the rain go away. But for now, it is heavy, it is here, and it is causing some problems. Storm is only really strengthened as it kind of pulled over the racetrack. What looked like it might just be a shower has quickly intensified to some pretty heavy rain.
Well, the sun is trying to poke through the clouds, but it's not being very successful right now, especially on the back end of the racetrack here. I mean, look at all of the water being sprayed up by some of the GT3 runners. Really, really treacherous conditions right now on this racetrack, but for the time being, drivers look like they are doing a pretty decent job on sticking with it. And right now, no fights within a second on the racetrack as drivers are in survival mode.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any aggressive moves like we saw in the first hour of this race. Now that the rain has begun to fall, everyone's backed off, everyone's being a little more cautious, and you're seeing less of the constant fighting that we saw early on, because even lapping cars is really difficult when the rain is falling.
So 15 minutes on the cards here. Battle for 4th, still picking up in strength here. Tell you what, Sky, let's take a rundown as we're nearing the halfway point. Let's take a rundown on who's where in this field, and we will go top to bottom to show you who the big movers and shakers have been throughout racing action so far here this afternoon. RPM Racing Red right now standing atop the points boards here this afternoon. They have been strong in GT3 Pro alongside RPM Racing Black, the sister car, having a bad run, had a penalty early on. They have now been able to fight their way all the way back into 2nd place. Alex King down in 3rd place with Flaming Ford Skin Racing. Then it is Stuart Reynolds in 4th in GT3 Pro. Huge Ass Gold sits right in front of their sister car, Huge Ass Blue. SRM Motorsports is back here, right behind them in 7th. Practicing Racing Team in 8th. Sim Racing Red Phantom in 9th. Pegasus Sim Racing 99 in 10th. And rounding out the field is going to be MRC X Quad Dash Stage 1 Racing and World of Racing X Manta 10 Racing. The lone GT3 Pro car currently out of the race.
A couple cars are out of the race here just from incidents we've seen early on in this race. It has been a little bit sketchy here for a lot of the cars in the field. I mean, you've seen quite a few cars jump the chicanes, have problems here so far.
Chris Van Gucht for the Speed Academy Esports K just hopping over the chicanes as well. And then it's, of course, Empire Race Cookie Dough in 2nd. Pegasus Motorsports Bravo running in a podium position as of right now. And then Huge Ass Yellow in 4th. Pegasus Motorsports in 5th with Sim Racing Grid behind them in the number 6 spot of the battle for 5th place on the racetrack in GT3 AM. Prismatic Motorsports Minerva in 7th. Rivet Geek Racing in 8th. Sim Party Racing Omega in 9th. Stage 1 Racing back in 10th. For GT4s, right now the pack being headed on up by TSRC Esports with Tom Davidson in the lead. Altura Esports in 2nd, and Huge Ass White and OC Esports GT4 FTR in 4th. Treehouse Racing, the last GT4 car on the lead lap after coming down pit road. Almeida Racing Academy in 6th. Altura Esports Red in 7th to close things out for GT4 Pro. GT4 AM it's going to be WBM White along with Sim Party Racing, Eagle Spin Academy, Esports S in third, Sim Racing, Grid Academy, Palladium in fourth, Sim Party Racing, Echo in fifth, Huge Ass Black in sixth, Motor Mediocre Motorsports in seventh, Sunday Drivers in eighth, and then the TCR Grid headed up by David Johansson and Sim Racing Grid, Phoenix with Ross McFarlane down in second, Christopher Gray in third, Protestant Racing Team .BAT right in front of their sister car .XQL, and Fun Wheel Drive after getting a meatball flag earlier on, back up into the grid in sixth place. Field getting set to continue racing on over here as we are closing in on halfway home in the FTR trophi.ai Endurance Series here at Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve. We're going to take ourselves in a quick step back. You won't miss a moment. We'll go side by side on Green Flag TV as we near halfway. Stay with us.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV, where racing action continues on here this afternoon on what has so far been a stellar race here at the Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve up in Montreal. My name is Ola Ramble, and new to the booth, joining me alongside now is going to be Fennicini as we close in on halfway home. 8 minutes the distance here, and Fen, what a race it has been so far. Caution-free, the rain has still been falling down in earnest. It is officially a wet race now, and so far, it's showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. And looking like a little bit of technical difficulties for Fan as well. Oh, do we have you?
Yeah, I think we got it back now.
There we go. We got you.
I thought it had been resolved, and then of course it doubled back. Looks like it's going to be a wet weather race throughout the back half of this one. I'm super interested to see how the drivers continue to adapt and adjust these racing lines and braking points. We've already seen it change pretty drastically, especially if we get, while no signs of stopping immediately, if we get something closer to the end of the race, it'll be interesting to see if they have the opportunity to drive back in wet or dry tires for the closing pieces.
Oh, and a hit to the outside wall right there for Stuart Reynolds into the wall of champions. And you can see, sometimes visibility becomes a little bit of a trouble in the middle of the straightaways, but overall, looking like we're so far relatively good Although we got problems back here as a bunch of cars going off the road.
I think it was a bit of evasive maneuvers there.
Yeah, Equipment Geek Racing's Kyle Mundell looking like he has spun off the road. Oh, lost the back end and just slid her in deep on the wet weather. And you see one GT3 car just bail out across the grass. Probably a good call there. He's going to take the time to reverse it up. And there's a BMW that got into the grass as well there. That was Thomas Crabtree for Sim Party Racing.
Yeah.
He's fresh into the race car.
Yeah, it was his first bit of driving there. I think he was a little caught out by how the wet weather has been affecting drivers, and he was just experiencing the changing conditions that we got here.
Boy, it's been a rough fight here tonight, and we are going to have another drive-through penalty, and this one is going to be punched down on Brooks Clayton for causing a collision. The 137 have been warned a couple times over causing collisions, and, well, does not look like they are going to be able to stay out of trouble this time around. That said, Ron Wolf with the team immediately opting to go to the through the appeals channels, so that penalty is going to be under review as of right now, I do believe, and we will see if that appeal goes anywhere.
See what the appeal gets for them. I'd have to imagine it's a pretty easy one to keep an eye on, but we'll see whether or not that gives us any different results here.
Race steward Brandon Blakesley on the case, and Ron Wolf has just jumped into the steward's room to argue their case, so we will see if anything comes out of that fight for the time being. By the way, if you're a driver that's just watching along from the sidelines and you want to come in and give us a chit-chat, feel free to hop on in. We've been more than happy to talk to a few drivers. Not too much going on the racetrack right now. The loose battle for fourth in GT4M, separated by a second and a half. Same story for the battle for third in GT3 Pro. In Sim Party Racing, Delta trying to close in on Alex King. So they are going to continue to fight this one out.
They are, and I'd have to imagine it's going to be one we'll see develop for a little while longer, especially as they get more comfortable with this wet weather and the ability to find that lap time, and every piece they can get will matter here, even more so now, as well as being consistent and not having spins as they get through traffic.
And there you see it at the top of the screen, Stewart's decision number 14 officially under appeal. This is involving that incident with Brooks Clayton, so we will see if this is going to lead to anything with the huge-ass yellow number 137. 2 hours to go, and the rain continues to be hotly contested. Track temp has dipped down significantly. It was up to about 22 degrees Celsius earlier today. It's down to just 17 now. Light rain in the air, and, well, you can see some of that track moisture. In fact, the track moisture over the last 15 minutes so does look like it's been going down ever so slightly, so the rain could be showing signs of lifting off, at least at the east end of the racetrack.
Towards the east end of the racetrack, the rest of the racetrack will probably follow suit here. We're in what is on the radar a little bit of a blue patch of rain, which means that we'll get a little bit more here, and then it'll finally stop raining. So we might see some dry tires here towards the end of this as the racetrack and they get a racing line going again. But like you said, you saw a little bit of less moisture. That'll probably continue here over the next 15 or so minutes. We'll still see rain, however, but it'll eventually peter out and stop probably the next half hour or so.
Simon Music having another problem for the Sim Racing Gold Machine. So a tough break continues on for this team as we'll take a look. And back end just comes around with the Lamborghini. Got too unsettled on the wet curbing there. You really cannot touch that red curbing on the outside there because it just shoots the car around. And this is such a bad spot to be stopped at the racetrack as well, right? I mean, this is all in one replay. Look at how long it takes for him to reset because there's just nowhere to go. Earlier in the race, we actually saw somebody stop it. What they did, they actually drove counter course on the left-hand side of the track so they could go right into the grass on the inside of that first chicane and turn around that way.
That is the case. I'm looking at Julian Carstese as he's getting around with trying to get past the TCR and able to do so with the wet weather. And same spot we just talked about, but with a different car here. It's a little bit easier as the car's a little bit smaller, but not a ton. It's also a bad place to be as slow as you are for these GT4 drivers.
Right on board. And well, that was already in progress there.
Yeah.
Got a bit of a hit there, it sounded like, too. And now Huge Ass Blue having a problem.
Oh, no, yeah.
Boy, everyone having issues as same deal, just lost it on his own. And you see a lot of that standing water started to form in puddles all over the racetrack, especially on the west side. This is getting to be brutal out there.
That it certainly is. I think it's going to be a warm welcome as we get into the closing stages here, how these drivers are able to get a little bit of a breather. But especially when you get into multi-class traffic, you got to remember how much slower you're going through these zones. So if you're using a little bit of the downforce or you end up offline where there's even more water puddles up than where the racing line is, that's where we see a lot of these spins coming to happen, because even though they have the treads, which the slicks don't have with these wet weather tires, they still don't have a ton of traction. And will lose it very quickly if they get into too much standing water.
Officially halfway home this afternoon. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. Checking back into the battle for fourth between Jonas Gulbrandsen for Sim Racing Great Academy Palladium and Miriam Molker for Sim Fighter Racing Echo. They were within 4/10, but they just had 3 GT3 cars dive down the inside of both of them. Well, sorry, 2 GT3s and 1 in a touring car. They're fighting their way around. That has broken this fight up now by over a second, and now contact there. Hold on, as kind of leaning on the door there a bit for Miriam Molker. And I don't know what Miriam's flashing headlights about. You're the one that pushed wide into him.
I think there was maybe something that predicated that, but I think still upset with the fact that they weren't able to maybe follow a racing line. And I don't know, just and we got more cars spinning here, but it's just, yeah, I don't know. One of those things, you have to work with the cars around you, especially in the wet weather, and you got to have a little extra patience. And I feel like some of these drivers are used to the abilities they have in their dry counterparts and not the wet.
Huge ass whites, Tyler Augustino having this slide. This is coming down into turn 7. Wow, that's a big off into the grass. Keeps going straight. Yeah, relatively good job there.
Yeah.
And this is on board with Alex King right behind him. Stuart Reynolds, who lunges in and gets into the gearbox.
Oh, but managed to keep both those cars moving in the right direction, thankfully.
Boy, they are going at it, aren't they? I mean, we talked about this before, right? But I mean, for all of the first half of this race, they kept on racing as if it was the last hour, let alone the opening 2. That mentality has not gone away, despite these guys racing in effectively a downpour right now. And there's a big look as King messed up the final chicane, and Reynolds finally breaks into 3rd place.
Yeah, King finally having to see that position. I believe there might be, like we've been talking about, the abilities differ, and the amount of wet weather practice you do for a wet weather race has a huge impact on that readiness. And I want to say we won't see a whole lot of just super risky overtakes that aren't a result of a mistake from someone.
Well, the fight for 3rd still going on, and Tyler Augustino now under fire as Pablo Cabrera right behind wants to try and get a lunge into the mix. This is on board with Cabrera. Couldn't look to the left. Oh, he wanted to look to the right, but an Audi was passing by him on the right, so he had to lift out instead. And that's got to be frustrating for Cabrera, because he absolutely could have gone for a lunge there. He's going to go for it instead here, trying to get the drive. Coming out of the Lapingo hairpin down the casino straight, and it's going to be a drag race to the final chicane, and Augustino lifts out.
Augustino playing playing safe, playing the long game with it. I have to imagine probably the safer of the two options here.
There goes by the second place runner, Sim Racing Grid Academy at Palladium, having a moment. This is the GT4 AM runner. And same deal, that chicane, that turn 70 chicane is catching a lot of people out, Feb.
Well, with how that chicane is, the water likes to collect right on the inside curbing there. On top of it being a braking zone, meaning there's a bunch of rubber there, which also makes it harder for the cars to stop in the wet if they follow the racing line. It's one of those corners that I've, in the past, when driving on wet tires here, end up taking a little bit wider than I really need to, just to avoid that rubber on the inside of the racetrack.
So, Tarsis continuing the fight with Kurt Verstraeten now for second place in GT4 AM. Some fights closing down, other fights breaking apart. One fight that we might need to keep tabs on here is actually the fight for the TCR race leaders, because these two drivers, there's been some big gains made by Ross McFarlane. I mean, look at the lap 2 laps before, 1.1 seconds gained. So we could see McFarlane started to try to reel in the gap on Johansson in the wet.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine. It seems like Johansson's a little slower in the wet than we were seeing in those dry laps earlier on, and I think the battle is starting to swing back in the favor. So we'll have to, again, I just gotta keep an eye on it and see how it develops over the course of laps here. Endurance racing, always a long form sport, and how you manage those seconds and tenths over many hours and not many minutes.
And Fen, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the rain has now stopped, hasn't it?
Yes, the rain has come to a stop. It is just past the track. Probably stopped about 5 minutes ago if I had to take a more educated guess on it. But it stopped just a while ago. So I think we've got probably another half an hour to 45 minutes of wet weather driving. You'll see these rooster tails on these cars that you see as they're going through that final chicane before the start-finish line will slowly come and dwindle down to nothing, and that's when they'll probably, right when the main rooster tail, when they feel like they've hit a dry line, is when you'll see a lot of them put on dries. Going to be interesting, though, especially for the GT3s, when they make that decision, because if the offline is still really wet, it makes passing multi-class traffic really difficult.
Simon Music sitting in pit road, and it looks like they may have retired the car for Sim Racing Grid Gold as they are sitting in pit road. There's nobody in the race car, so I believe that car going to be done for the afternoon. The sun's starting to break out. Now, that said, it's still going to be, I'd say, at least half an hour before this track fully dries out, at least 20 minutes before you're good to move back onto dry tires, right? You got to push all that water now off of the racetrack, and not to mention, that's going to leave some pretty wet lines off of the racer line as well that drivers don't have to worry about as well. By the way, update on the appeal situation. Ron Wolf has left the steward's room. We have not yet heard an update on the status of the appeal, but race steward Brandon Blakesley currently is in the process of drafting something, so we might be getting an update here pretty soon on that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what that conversation happened with Ron Wolf and what the stewards believed to be the new outcome of that. I'd have to imagine a little bit of investigation happening as well in addition to that conversation they had. And I'm just curious to see what the results are with the decision looking like it's being worked on. If you create an imaginary steward's room, we definitely see them writing on the paperwork, and I think we got it. More racing incidents under investigation as well in addition to that one.
Yeah, plenty of, there's always a lot for race control to do in these types of races, right? So we see him, we see race control in the midst of making some decisions there. We just saw Kurt Verstraeten lose the position as well, by the way, to Julian Carsis for second, while Thomas Crabtree brings the Sim Party Racing BMW into pit road, and it looks like Crabtree will be remaining in the race car. So no driver swap on this pit stop for Crabtree. And critically, regarding the tire situation, that car is remaining on wet tires for now. But Julian Carsis here is running on slicks.
Ooh, interesting to see how that works out for Julian, especially if they are able to keep that line going with how much water there's still on the track. I have to imagine it's probably going to be a little dangerous as they go into the braking marker.
As well as that, RPM Racing red on slick tires as well. They are 2 of only 3 cars that are on slicks. Michael Dowden is the 3rd. They never made the switch onto wet weather tires, and so far it's more or less panned out for at least 2 of them because they're in the class leads.
Yeah, for the moment. But I would say as soon as they have to drive offline, that might be a little bit more sketchy if they don't do it in the right space.
Seventh place in GT3 Pro is within half a second here as SR Motorsports Scott McGarvey tries to fend off Project Racing Team contender Bram Lenton. Oh boy, and towards the wall goes McGarvey, nearly gets into it. And Lenton holding them honest in the Audi. There's a look and a dive. Nice clean overtake there for Bram Lenton as he fights his way around McGarvey.
Yeah, I wonder if those aren't also a error on our timing towers. I see it as well on my end, but I'm looking at the wheel well specifically for our #1 GT3 Pro sitter, and I'm seeing wet tires.
Interesting. Possibly. For the time being, that's the data we have as Project Racing Team and SRM Motorsports fight it out for a 7th and 8th. Yanni Leclerc holding on to 3rd, still just behind these guys with GT3 AM. And this battle for
Yanni had a...
Go ahead, sorry.
Yanni had a spin a couple laps ago, so that is a longer gap between himself and P2 and the other spots on the podium than it had been just a moment ago. But we're looking at TCR and how they're faring this afternoon.
The battle for the lead in TCRs has actually started to break apart a bit more here. David Johansson has been pulling a further gap on Ross McFarlane. Right now, no driver in that category within 10 seconds of each other. And the lone fight on the track that is under a second is Bram Lenton and Scott McGarvey, or at least it was. It's hovered around 9/10.
Curious to see if we'll see that gap close or open further as we get back into drier weather in the next half hour or so in the back half of this race.
And a big update here, Fen, on the incident. That decision for Brooks Clayton has been overturned, and it has been downgraded to no further action. As a result of, after taking a closer look, they have determined that neither driver can be found fully at fault.
I have to agree with the decision there. Especially looking a little bit further into why those are the case. You know, car number 369 taking a wide line into the corner as they're being overtaken, which causes a slow speed. It's a bit of one, a bit of the other. Neither actually at fault, which I think is a reasonable decision. Calling no further action, I think, would be a very reasonable outcome for that incident there.
And all of this leaves racing still on track as Daniel Stordeland closing in on the back of Scott McGarvey, right on board with him now, tucking into the slipstream for Sim Racing Grid Phantom, although that slipstream really not doing a whole lot on this side of the racetrack. You hear the traction control really fighting on the car as it powers through the wet. The horsepower into the Ford Mustang is not helping these cars a lot in the wet weather here.
I would say it's true probably of the McLaren as well. While they are all spec'd to a certain horsepower output for their machinery, both cars having to fight somewhat with that traction to keep the machines from spinning out with how much water there's still sitting on the track.
Oh no! And Scott McGarvey's just been taken out by one of the GT3 AM runners. And was that Yanni Leclerc that hit him? No, it wasn't. It was, was it the McLaren?
Stuart Reynolds, BMW, of Sim Party Racing Delta, had got into him after he checked up to recover a slow maybe spin. You see it here, little catch up there, but then finishes going around, I think with a little bit of help from Stuart Reynolds. I don't think it was much though.
Dang. That's rough. That is a tough way to go out.
Absolutely, especially for this fight for those two drivers prior to that, where and it's always like the thing, you don't want the race in the battle you're going for position to end because something else or an extenuating circumstance causes one or both of the drivers to spin and just kills the momentum and the racing and the camaraderie that ends up building as you spend time, you know, battling with another driver on track.
So, Fen, I got a question for you here regarding pit strategy, right? Because I'm not a strategy guru. When you come down pit road, because the GT3s here, they're anticipated to come down pit road in the next, I'd say, 5-10 minutes or so. Do you go into slick tires from here?
There's still, I think, so much, you know, especially offline, there's still too much water, I would say, to reasonably do it. But I think the answer is you either go with slicks and hope that that dry line forms fast enough for you to use them. There is a little bit of one right on the dry line itself where you see a little bit less water, but they're still kicking up water on the racing line. And then as soon as they go off of it, it's still got this nice sheen of sitting water. Not really puddles per se, but enough to where the wet weather tire would really be a far more reliable tire than the dry would be if they need to overtake, say, a TCR or GT4 for the GT3 drivers. But I would have to imagine this makes that a short stop until that, happens, and then they'll take dry tires at that point so that way they can maximize their time.
Well, and I'd say a counter argument to that is it depends on how. Oh boys, we got one car that just hopped across the infield there. That was Sim Party Racing with Thomas Crabtree. But there's a caveat to this as well, in the form of some drivers. They when the rain started to fall, they came in, they stayed on slicks, betting that the rain wasn't going to be too bad. And 4 laps later, they had to come down for wet weather tires. They effectively lost a whole minute of race time in pit road. Is staying on wets going to really gain that much time that you can offset that time rather than just going on slicks and dealing with the greasy racetrack?
It really depends on when you have to come in at this point, because I think the answer is twofold. If you have to come in right now, I still am watching drivers on wets cook it through the braking markers and end up into the kind of greasy wet track that still doesn't have a dry line forming. I think if you have to come in 10 minutes time, you would absolutely be fine, or I think at least serviceable, to go onto slicks, and then just be careful about when you make those overtaking opportunities because of the lack of traction you'd have off the racing line. So I think it's going to be a game of numbers and figuring out when these specific drivers come in. The ones that came in for wets after going back out on slicks, I think will probably be okay because they came back in and did that extra time there. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it plays out. I'm interested to see what the teams make in terms of in terms of those dry, wet tire decisions coming up here in a little while.
An hour 42 to go. And the track continues to dry out more and more. The battles grow further and further apart. A lot of the second half of the season, of course, all taking place here in North America. Fen, what do you think? Sebring or Barber Motorsports Park? Which race do you think is going to be more the one for you?
I think in terms of racing that we'll see here on track, Sebring, I think, will have plenty of great opportunities with how wide 9/10 of that track is. Plenty of opportunities for that multi-class racing to really see the usage of the whole track. I think Barber Motorsports part is going to be a very tight and hard to pass that track for any of the drivers who are trying to battle for position unless traffic gets involved. So I think we'll see great racing out of both of these. I think it'll be a very different kind of racing we see from one to the other. I'm personally more excited about watching racing in Sebring because I don't like driving Sebring personally. In sim, I don't know if I'm driving in real life. I think I probably love it in real life because that's, I mean, driving anywhere in real life would be great. But I think watching and commentating that race would be fantastic. What about you?
I'm not going to lie. While I like Sebring for the idea of the racing quality, like you said, I've never actually seen a multi-class race at Barber. It's not a track you typically associate with that. I'm looking forward to Barber.
That's true. That's fair. I say I've only seen it because I've called another league that decided to go to Barber for one of its races, and that was an LMP3, GT4, and TCR league. Or sorry, GT3 and GT4, not TCR. So I think it'll be. I loved it seeing multi-class there, but it's a very hard course to get multi-class passing done because of how tight a lot of the sectors are, especially with you have really one racing line and the rest of the racing surface is there, but it's not going to get you any faster through it regardless of what class you're in.
It's also going to be the first time on Greenflight TV, potentially, where we visit that track and actually commentate a race on the full circuit. Before, we've only ever used the short A layout for only one race, and it was with the beer league.
Fair enough. Yeah, the full circuit I think is still going to make it long enough to where it's going to be great racing, like I said. But I think it's so much tighter than Sebring will be, or even here we are this week with Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve, and a lot of big portions of this track are wide enough for the multi-class racing we're seeing here tonight. Versus, I think, parts of Barber that are about a car length and a half wide at most.
Ivory Balfour trying to close up to the back of Anthony Weyand, and she's going to make the move as Anthony Weyand kicks the tail end out. So Balfour pulls her Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car up into the fourth place spot in GT3M. A good move there to duck around there, recognize that fight was coming in. Wasn't going to go her opponent's way. Up front, Bram Lenton once again having to fight back against Daniel Storderland, who nearly got to the back end of the Audi.
Almost got into it, but thankfully was able to wrangle it up, I should say, before it became an issue. But see how much longer that BMW is content sitting behind the car in front of it before it wants to make its own move. And I would have to imagine we'll see how those two fare here in just a moment's time as they get back to within a few tenths of each other.
So Project Sync Racing Team continuing on with the battles as Alex King down into pit road, running solo today, as has been the case for a couple of drivers. One driver that is not running solo today, is running solo, Chris Van Gogh, for Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Yet another contender that's been running solo for GT3M, and that machine, as always, looking to put on a clinic this afternoon.
Yeah, that driver really showing a lot of good, consistent speed. We've seen him have wonderful outings earlier this season. I think we'll see another wonderful piece of work here. Alex King, one point of order, has gone to dries, so I'm curious to see how his next couple laps pay out as well as we get into this transition period proper.
The battles continue on up and down throughout this track, and again, not showing too many signs of this field picking up too many fights just yet. Halloween was last night. Ben, did you do anything special? trick-or-treating, anything like that?
I didn't go trick-or-treating. My partner's daughter did. We went over and saw some friends, however, who were, throwing a nice Halloween party of sorts along with their families. So we had some good fun. I'm currently commentating from their house. So,
Oh, nice.
how about you? Did you do anything fun?
I questioned the meaning of existence watching the Blue Jays throw away a game last night.
Oh no! I was about to say,
If
the
you
World
know, you
Series
know.
still is happening.
If you know, you know. I have
Understood.
I for once, I'm not looking forward to work tonight because it means I can't watch Game 7.
No,
I'm gonna say it. I think we got robbed last night. That's all I'm saying. Should have won that, but it is what it is.
Okay.
If you can pick up a baseball, perfectly fine and throw it. It ain't a lodge ball. That's all I'm saying.
That is fair. Oh. For one of our first GT4s also coming, or excuse me, GT3 AM drivers coming out with dry tires as well.
Yeah, a couple of cars making the changeover, some in the GT3 Pro field as well. I think they're just changing over as they come into pit road for the regular scheduled stops.
I think so. I think like we talked about when we had this conversation a little while ago, right? We were well within that window where if you're on the racing line, that dry tire is going to give you more traction and better grip. It'll be interesting to see, and I've seen a couple of wiggles been following along with Alex King since he came in and put on those dries. A couple of spots where once you get offline, it's a little bit sketchier than.
Look at Kyle Mundell. He's deliberately running in the wet stuff because remember, he's on wet tires. You see a very distinct dry line forming. He's doing that by design because he's trying to keep the tires cool.
Yeah, he's wanting to make sure that they don't overheat because those hot, wet tires heat up so quickly when they're on a dry line and don't have the cooling from the water to help keep them from overheating.
And we've got ourselves with another drive-through penalty coming in. This one for the 126 for Sim Racing Grid Gold. Simon Music has finally been hit, unfortunately, as he is going to be forced into pit road. Tough break for him. That's going to be a drive-through for causing an incident.
That'll be, I think, a rough break as he was having, I think, a pretty... not a terrible race otherwise. We'll have to see where that spits him back out and if he's able to recover more positions there. I'd have to imagine he's able to get back up the order at least a little bit. But we'll have to see with the hour and a half just over that we have remaining.
Closing battle up front. This is for fourth in GT3 Pro. Alexander Clank and Alex King going at it. Ben, these are two drivers in the Beerly that have they've run together a few times, so they know each other's driving habits, but I'm sure they're looking forward to having a fun fight as well for fourth.
I'd have to imagine. I think they're both on dries. There's going to be this braking moment coming up here. I said braking moment. The braking zone, pretty interesting for both drivers. I think they both turned over into dry tires. Or at least Alex King has, so seeing where he can get traction offline, might see him end up trying to make the overtake here, but does he have the traction and the grip? He finds himself on the dry line.
Oh boy. Hold on.
Diving into the lane to make that transition over into the dries as well.
Oh boy. Close moment there, and dude, that was dicey. I thought for sure we were going to see him having a big moment there.
Yeah, I was too, but thankfully nobody was harmed there.
All throughout the 2.5 hours that we've been racing, we have not had any safety cars to speak of. It has been a remarkably clean race here from the Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve. You see a big tank slapper there for Pegassi Motorsports Bravo, trying to let the teammate pass in the Porsche. That is for third in GT3M, and gotta fight for potentially the lead here in GT4M. That's within 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds there. I'm curious to see how that number continues to kind of whittle down, especially as both drivers here, Kurt is on a set of wets still, I believe, and has yet to come into pit to change over, but should be doing so soon here. The dry line seeming to be pretty well informed. You don't really see the tails coming off the cars as much now, except for where they kind of touch the tail or where the dry line stops on the width of the track. So I'd love to see how this battle evolves over the next couple of laps here.
Julian Garces right now trying to maintain that gap. It's now up to about 1.5 seconds and will probably close in just a tick more. I'm happy with how this race has gone, right? I mean, this race it's had its moments. There's been one or two big crunches, but overall it's been clean, it's been respectful. There's been plenty of phenomenal action up and down the field all throughout today, and there's going to be plenty more yet before this one is out. There's Daniel Storderland nearly getting into Bram Linton.
Yeah,
oh, we got a BMW round.
That is the GT4.
Thomas Crabtree for Sim Party Racing. Yeah. And he's got a meatball flag too.
There. Yeah. Oh. Let's see what happened there for him. Gets around. I wonder if he gets on the gas too early. Yeah, just carries it out and just smacks that front right, or excuse me, front left, and then tries to get it on the power again. And then that's where it gets spun around and that front end gets all crumpled up. That's probably why you see it now back on pit road. Or coming back to pit lane, I should say.
Storderland and Lenton both coming down pit road this time by. So we got a battle going on in the pit stops as well. Forward position here between these two GT3 runners. And you see that stricken BMW coming into the pit road right for the tail of the grid. And the Audi is out first, staying on wet weather tires. I don't think he went for a tire change.
I'd have to imagine he changed. Well, let's see here.
I mean, that car was out by 20 seconds earlier. That you're not changing tires in 12 seconds. You're just not.
No, you're just grabbing fuel. I don't know why they wouldn't have changed tires though, given that there's such a well-defined dry line. Unless they're going to come in later on with another, to try to make it a one stop to the end here. And, they still have half an hour to go, though, before they really reach that final pit stop window, at least.
And in comes Stefan Face for Pegassi Motorsports Bravo. Just now fresh out of pit road, nearly running off the racetrack. Gets it back. Oh, careful. Don't trip over yourself now. Gets it back together fully, and WBM White's had an issue. Julian Garces dropping back and loses the class lead to Kurt Verstraeten. I think WBM had a slowdown to serve.
I would have to imagine that was what they were going to avoid. Let's see if we can find out what specifically happened there.
This is approaching the final chicane.
Yeah, we should see it here as they're cutting through the final chicane. Takes up way too much curb on that entry, and I think that's what caused the slowdown.
Yeah, you can see it right there.
Yeah.
Well, that said, Julian's getting right back into it and trying to run down Kurt Verstraeten now. Half a second between the pair, and Sim Racing Grid Phantom has had a moment.
See it here. Trying to get on the power.
There's fight here.
I think it's where we get off the racing line for this driver as they go too wide into the braking zone. We'll see him end up getting real wet tires. Well, maybe not.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Right
yeah.
on the exit, and he actually clipped the Porsche as it went through as well.
Jeez.
The battle for WBM White continues. Huge ass Black's Alexander Hammonds has just gone around as well, so everyone again struggling to come back up to grips with the track as the conditions change, and that's on slick tires. Dip 2.0s into the wet stuff, around and into the Napa Auto Parts signage.
Oh.
And race leader Giacomo Micola comes down pit road for the RPM Racing red car. We got under an hour and a half to go.
Under an hour and a half. These drivers are probably thinking about the last bits of racing they have to do and what they have to get ready for in this final sprint to the finish, and whatever positions they can make up from where they are after 3 hours or so of racing. That is going to be coming this way in just 20 or so minutes time, and when they get those final pit stops in that final hour.
Here we go. Julian Cars is going for the move for the GT4 and race leader on turn for Stratton. There's contact between the two. Into the Lapingo hairpin. Able to more or less keep it straight. Eagle Speed Academy getting a little bit crossed double corner exit, but he holds the position. And this is backing him up at a Sim Party Racing Echo, where Marianne Molker wants to make it a three-way fight. And on top of that, the GCR battle for the lead is closing as well. That gap that was up to 14 seconds earlier, it's down to 3.8 now.
Yeah, it's on 3.8. I think it's going to finish closing down here in just a little while. This battle, however, for the GT4 is as well. I'm curious to see how it develops, because right now 4/10 separate these drivers. GT3 traffic gonna cut the difference as we get into the braking zone, and it's gonna open that door up just a little bit as that huge ass blue car driven by Alexander Bueller is gonna come around, but he's on dry tires at this point, and that's gonna make it kind of awkward for him to try to get a pass done around a GT4 in the braking zones and getting on the throttle. We'll see him have to struggle with this, and Kurt is still on wet weather tires, thankfully, at least according to what we have on the timing tower and our data sheets. But Julian, who is just behind Kurt, is on dries, so I'm curious to see how these two work it through.
Drivers continue to battle it out. You've also got a closing fight for the overall race lead as Alex King slowly gaining time on Richard Cawthra. Although that said, he'll have to come down pit road 3 laps sooner due to the offset on fuel. Still got an hour and 23 left here, and still we're seeing Julian Carsey's not able to fully close the gap to Kurt Verstraeten. Checking into the GCRs, we'll do this. Oh, hold on. Before we get to that, another Mercedes off the road. That is Marianne Molker, the third place runner in GT4, and was trying to make it a three-way battle.
Yeah, looking to add to that fight, but had a bit of an incident. You'll see that rear end looks a little bit dented up from where he was trying to get that car going again.
Fresh off pit road, and there's the look for the lead as there it is. Kurt Verstraeten comes down pit road. So Verstraeten's in the pit road, and Julian Carsey will be in the pit road soon because they're on the they were on the same stint. So these guys are going to be coming down the pit road, and a new driver into the car for Eagle Speed Academy Esports S. Lorenz de Vleger is in, and that leaves for now. This fight with TCR is still holding that 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that the fight for TCR really going to involve whether or not Ross McFarlane can get the traffic to work in his favor from where he's at. These two Hondas leading the pack of the still 6-car TCR grid. It's always, I think, my favorite and most underutilized series of cars in the iRacing service. So anytime I get to watch them drive, I am always a happy camper. And I believe both of these drivers are still on wets. That's why you're going to see them drive offline here, as David Johansson trying to keep those tires cool as the track continues to dry up.
That is correct. Both, in fact, pretty much every TCR car is still on wet weather tires, as they just have not had a chance to come down pit road. I can imagine they're going to be switching over, though, to slicks as soon as they get back out onto the racetrack.
And with how much the TCRs, I think, are offline, I think it could be such a strategic choice that they're like, we'll wait till more of the track is dry than just the racing line, because we're spending so much time offline anyway as a result of going into or coming out of a corner with a faster class ahead of them or behind them, that they end up being on that offline. And I think it really benefits them to stay on the wets as long as they can.
Oh, Prismatic! Prismatic's got a big problem. Ivory Balfour is into the wall. Look at that car, Crabin fan. That thing is destroyed.
Yeah.
A big issue for Ivory Balfour, and she's going to be forced to come down into pit road. This is disaster for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva.
Taking a look at what happened there, and I think we're going to see it pretty quickly.
Oh my goodness. Already beefing back here, she had problems.
Yeah.
And even here she had problems. Where did this happen at? This is,
I'm looking.
This is almost a full minute before we saw her on the back straightaway. And even here, she's still going around.
Oh my gosh.
It had to have been coming out of pit road, right? Because
I think it was going into the final chicane the lap prior. She catches the curbing. Yeah, you'll see it here in a second. So she goes into the chicane, and you see that Dodge banner into the braking zone, having no real issues. You see her clip that inside corner, slide it way out, and then just make great friends with the Mall of Champions. And that is why that front left is just damaged. And so also why she came around an entire lap before coming in.
Gosh, that is rough. Lorenzi Vleger gets around Julian Cars. Meanwhile, this is the battle, by the way, for the net race lead, or at least it was. This is for now P2 in GT4 AM. And fighting through it is going to be Julian Carces, making the move.
Yeah, and having a bit of a better run there as well. We'll see whether or not that continues or the gap closes back down. Still sitting about 8 tenths as they get out of the braking zone and into one of the back stretches before turn 7 and 8.
Huge ass Gold has just had a problem, as well as one of the CCR field officially started to come down pit road, and all of this is, man, the last 20 minutes has just been moment after moment after moment as, oh boy, hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my, hopping up. Good job to slow it down,
kept it out of the wall, yeah.
But yeah, so what happened there is the car in front of him went off the road, and he obviously got surprised by it and just couldn't avoid it. You see the look here, right there, he hits the wall in. And then this is what the GT4 car saw.
Just sees the car and the bumper detached from it go flying across the windscreen as they're taking the corner without really too much fanfare. So,
oh man. Third place in GT4 Pro is kicking off. Roman Ferrer Ortiz, and I apologize if I mispronounced the name, having a fight against Tyler Augustino for third place in GT4 Pro. So this yet another battle that will look to pick itself up. And you might have noticed the orange glow in the sky, fan. Right now it is 4:27 p.m. local time. Hour 17 minutes to go. Sunset in Montreal. 5:41 p.m. as of today. So this race is going to be right on the edge of running into full darkness.
Oh man, yeah, we probably will see the race consider itself a night race here before the end of it, as we have this nice little moment of golden hour before sundown, and with how much time we have left in the clock, it'll be pretty dark in the last couple of laps as we come across for the checkered flag. Oh, and these transition is catching another driver out.
Oh, really?
Zofer, yes, in that GT4 Porsche Cayman 718 will have a spin in the hairpin.
Jeez. Oh, yeah, and again, near contact there with one of the GT3s. As this is, again, the track is picking up in speed, right? That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
You know, the track's speeding up, and drivers are not ready for it. Now, that car actually missing the rear wing, as you see, from an earlier incident in this race.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's not helping.
I don't think it helps. No.
Back to Agostino. Agostino set to try and close in the gap to Enosis Esports GT4 FTR up the road, with the GT3 AM race leader getting around them.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a unique set of corners here as we deal with a little bit of multi-class traffic amongst all this.
Ortiz going to go defensive. Agostino might try to look around the outside. No, going to lift early. Not taking a risk.
Yeah, better to play it smart here and wait for the opportunity to present itself, wait for a mistake. You know, with this being a pretty rough race, especially in the transition conditions, as we see Andrew Hike there off the road.
And that is the GT4 overall leader of this race. And there goes John Pepples getting around. That was for the lead in GT4.
Jeez. Yeah. Wonder, again, the non-racing line still pretty wet. And I'm super curious what with the outlap and the tires both not being warm on top of the cold weather there. You'll see it here, just too much rotation, and the wet weather causing those tires to lose what little grip they did have. Sees that spin go around.
And back in GT3 Pro, Alex King and Adam Cox set to battle it out once more with about 2 to 3 tenths of a second in between them.
Yeah, and I've been kind of keeping a loose eye on this one, and I think Alex King having some issues getting around lap traffic, multi-class traffic, making for this battle to come together, and we'll see if Andrew Cox is able to get the job done, and if he's able to take over that second position on the podium.
Could get him here. They're going to split 2 TCRs up the middle. Those TCRs actually not even for position, right? That's a lapped TCR, and one of its other classmates through. Oh boy, both cars with big twitches coming on the exit of turn number 8. And now coming into turn 9, a big dive on the wet for Alex King, and he's going to pick off Giacomo Micola. Adam Cox picking off Alex King for second place in GT3 Pro. What a fight there.
That's been a fight. I think it's been in the making. I'm curious to see, once again, the wet weather there playing a factor, especially in how that move got made. And he's going to make a late look here, getting into the braking zone. GT4 going to have to get back over to the braking line. Will put a little bit of a gap between himself and Alex King for Adam Cox in that BMW. But will it be enough to keep him fended off, especially with how far Alex King is going into the wet here? We're going to get into the braking zone soon. That may cause that car to go wide. Thankfully not. Had plenty of time to get it done. But this battle there, I think, not going far. Oh, man, I think these transition weather is always some of the hardest stuff to manage as a driver, because you're trying to figure out, much like when we saw the earlier spots went from dry to wet. So I think we're looking at Ron Wolf here.
Yes, we are, as he has a bit of a snap in. That caused him to get hit. Nothing the car behind him could do about it, though.
No, not really, unfortunately. Nowhere to go. But yeah, like the transitioning weather here, always I think some of the hardest. We saw it earlier and how much it caught the drivers out when they went from dry to wet. Now that we're going back in the other direction, it's even more sketchy, because it's not like an easy, I can take wet tires and then I can solve my problems. With how the rain was developing and how much we were seeing on that radar forecast.
Alexandros Barlas having another moment, and this is once again, oh boy. That's Chris Zover having a spin, and the I hate to say it, the GT3 kind of forced him off into the wet stuff there.
Yeah, forced off into the wet stuff. I think on top of that car missing its wing, I think it's been having a rough afternoon here as it's getting through the final half of this race.
And critically, that is game over for Zolfer as well, and Sunday drivers. They have taken the toe to pit road. And finally, the TCR battle leader is on. They're within 2/10.
Yeah. They're within 2/10. I'm super curious to see how they manage this. And the drying track.
Ross McFarland to the right-hand side. Got a good run coming out of the corner and picks off Robert Sharp without too much of a fuss. That was a really textbook overtake, and well, I know why. Sharp is still on wet tires.
Yeah, I'd say I think this battle for the overall TCR lead involves a car that has come in for pit for dries, and then Robert Sharp, who is still on those wets. I would have to imagine he's coming in pretty soon there, that fiercely forward gray, to get that car into some dry tires, because I think that has been the biggest problem that car is experiencing right now, and probably will only increase that gap that he has being in P3 of this class.
All of this is going to put a pretty dramatic end to the final battles that we had out on the racetrack for the time being. Only an hour of racing left in about 10 minutes time. Class leaders remain Richard Cothraw for RPM Racing Black and GT3 Pro. On the M side of GT3, it's Chris Van Gucht still on a solo performance for Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Altura Esports for Don Pepples on the pro side of GT4, and on the M side, Alexandros Barlas, but he has a black flag to serve, so assuming that this goes awry for him, it'll be Julian Carces who will look to take that spot up. And then Ross McFarland leading the way in WSR Esports. By the way, the 325 is seeking to potentially appeal the incident.
They've had their black flag cleared for that drive-through penalty they got, so I'd have to imagine they're at least in talks to get that appealed, because they were given a drive-through penalty there for an avoidable collision. And I wonder if they're trying to say, hey, this wasn't avoidable, there was nothing our driver could do. And that's the conversation they're having with the stewards now.
Well, the actual argument that Jonas Galbranson is making is that they never touched the car that they were accused of spinning. So they're claiming netcode, I believe.
Well, yeah, that would do it.
Assuming that's what happened, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, what might be netcode to one isn't for others, so we'll have to see. So, race steward Brandon Blakesley has allowed for the call to be made, so they have cleared the penalty, not permanently, so that the team can try to provide some evidence, but it will be reapplied in a few minutes here unless they submit a proper appeal. So in other words, time to get cracking. Right. But they've bought themselves a reprieve.
Yeah, they've gotten themselves a couple minutes of time to go find the information and the evidence that proves that they specifically did not experience that, and we'll have to see whether or not that's enough for the stewards to make a different judgment based on the evidence that they are being given.
I think that's fair, right? You got time. That way, you're not going to get, completely screwed over if you take a little minute to find it. But it's made clear, right? If you can't find the evidence, we're giving it back, because they clearly what they're seeing is not the same as what the team is seeing.
Yeah, they definitely see something that's a little bit more evidential. That's why they call it, a driver penalty there. It's not like they have a question to the drivers, and but no, it's definitely something that they believe has a very straight, clear cut. Here's what happened, and here's how this could be rectified. But the drivers and the team say, no, there was no incident there. And so that is why we are how we're at. And I have to imagine it's always such a difficult task being a steward in any capacity, especially in more endurance format racing when they have multi-class. While both of those cars, I believe, are both GT4s, how multi-class often factors into decisions and who gets more weight for their decision making, as I believe we see Robert dive in the pit lane here, finally put on some dry tires.
And Mike Young going to be hopping into the car for SRM Motorsports, although this team's been in the pits for 2.5 minutes now, so I imagine they are likely going to be done for the day. Ben Langford has actually had a problem and has lost the car. Take a look here.
Ooh.
Oh, this is Giovanni Ramon. This is not Fiercely Forward Gray. Here's Fiercely Forward Gray.
Okay. On the outlap here. Not even too far out of pit lane and the pit exit.
Just got on slick tires. The car just... that might... Is that...
Yeah.
That's not a black flag for unsafe pit exit, is it?
They were not clear of the cone, and they go fully off the track. Yeah.
But they never got black flag for that. They never got a black flag, so this happened... Huh. So that was Fiercely Forward Gray, and that looks to be all that's happened to them, but it was the huge-ass black car that has taken a toe to pit road, and we've just had off the racetrack going Logan McKenzie.
Oh, man. Logan McKenzie trying to get that car back into a fight with Ross McFarlane for the lead of TCR. That one's a much bigger gap, but it's made even bigger with Logan McKenzie making that unfortunate spin there. But thankfully keeps the car all in one piece to get back going on the way.
Nine-tenths of a second between Enosis Esports GT4 FTR with Roman Ferre Ortiz and Tyler Agostino. Although a gap that is quickly going to extend once again as the huge-ass white machine gets caught in some of the wet stuff, and the gap extends to 2 seconds.
Yeah, being on wet weather, being on dry tires. Like we've talked about it, I think, a good handful of times. But as soon as you touch too much water, you saw this a lot when we were first getting into the wet weather racing, when they were still on the dries and then transitioning to the wet tires. But the inverse is also true. So, but either way, dry tires do not like having rain come between them and their traction to the road.
Hour and 3 minutes to go. And we remain caution-free, with no safety cars yet to speak of. The first time that this has happened in the FTR race. Even at Brands Hatch, we had a couple of them by now, and that was on a dry racetrack.
That we had a little bit of a threat of rain, but it wasn't one that held up over at Brands Hatch. And we had a couple of cautions there. I wonder if the rain made everybody a little more apprehensive, and that's been causing us to have some clean racing here, or at least caution-free racing.
on board with Agostino. As for a second time, it tries to close into Ortiz. And
Ortiz here's.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I was saying Ortiz here is getting stuck behind a TCR, which is causing this gap to rapidly shrink between these two drivers, as Ortiz has to try to find a way around him. So.
And the report has just come down. The penalty is going to be upheld due to insufficient evidence being provided by the team for Alexandros Barlas. And
okay,
looking at the images that they have also provided with the incident, it's cut and dry. I think it's a fair penalty.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine, based on what I'm seeing here, like there's no real room for them to say there wasn't contact.
So now we'll see if Tyler Agostino can get his way around Ortiz into the Lapingle hairpin and now back out to the Casino straight. 4/10 between them. Headlights being flashed from both drivers.
Well, I think the TCR is not super happy with how Ortiz was trying to get around him, or was super happy and, you know, appreciate the patience. It's really hard to tell. Flashing can mean one of so many things in iRacing, and it's up to you to decipher what a few blinks means in the context of the race.
I think in this instance, it may have very well served as both drivers substituted it in for a one-finger salute.
I would have to imagine. In this case, it was definitely one of frustration because they have no other way of communicating that frustration, such as a classic one-finger salute out the driver side window.
Tyler Agostino still maintaining that run for fourth while Barla's back here. The penalty was applied at the start of this past lap. That was to give them a reasonable amount of time to come down and serve it, so they will have a full 3 laps to come down. And this time it has been made clear, if they do not serve it, they will be disqualified by iRacing. The team is still claiming they want to appeal, but they cannot provide their evidence until their next pit stop, and I feel like that's too long for race control to wait.
I think it's too long for race control to wait, especially when race control has the photographs that they did share in the stewards room, that they have in the stewards room, in with the team, and said, hey, this looks pretty clearly like contact. And I'd have to agree with the stewards on that one. The cars look like they do in fact make some pretty considerable contact to cause at least enough to cause the spin that is what is preventable.
And at the end of the day, just because, somebody doesn't make contact on their monitor doesn't mean it didn't happen on everybody else's. And in this case, you kind of have to go with what everybody else sees rather than what the one person sees, ideally.
Yeah. I mean, it's the unfortunate downside of sim racing in a multiplayer environment. Netcode, always the thing we throw around for a litany of things, both good and bad, also indicates how far a car looks away on your screen versus the way it is perceived, the distance between the two of them by the race server, who is the one that dictates all of that to all of the clients. So it'll be, I think it's maybe a bit of column A, column B. Also, it could have been one of those things where he, isn't fully judging how far the car away is from that front left corner. As something that it's one of those hard spots to really nail down, especially when you're in the middle of a turn and looking the other direction from where these cars made impact.
Well, they're going to let them appeal it regardless, so they have again bought themselves a reprieve, it looks like. So this is, I imagine, probably going to be a back and forth between the two. And hey, at the end of the day, if they don't get it settled here, they'll get it settled post-race. All incidents do, so.
It's true.
Well, the fight between Agostino and Ortiz, in the meantime, continuing on. And so far, no moves being made as we enter the back hour of the race.
Yeah, I think Tyler Agostino is maybe playing a fuel strategy game here and waiting for the opportunity to utilize maybe a teammate, which he has with that huge ass black of Giovanni Romano.
Yeah, the huge ass machine making its way on through. Of course, Romano in a GT3 not able to give too much of a slipstream back to these drivers, as we will keep up the fight. And overall,
TCR is also playing.
Go ahead.
I say TCR is also playing a factor here for those two drivers. Yellow has been thrown,
oh
however.
boy!
What for?
There it is, first code 69 of the race with under an hour to go. There was a few incidents that happened to lead to this. This is Fun Wheel Drive, making their way on to the racetrack. They had come down to Viv Road for extensive repairs. It looks like just a bit of an off track for them. But then Sim Racing Grid Phantom having a moment.
Oh, that's some water, and they're gonna find the water there. Oh, more.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, comes back across. Oh, I wonder if that got counted as a 4X, even though that was just barely a touch between those two drivers.
And then
still sees the one spin out.
And that was it. That was the incident right there that brings the safety car out.
Yeah, that safety car is going to be, I think it's going to make this for a interesting closing hour as these cars all bundle back up and get some final, well, I wouldn't say quite final fuel stops in, especially for the GT3s, who still have about a couple more minutes before they get into that fuel window for the closing stages, as they're only at 75% fuel capacity.
Oh boy. Well, this this race, man, it's gonna keep on going, isn't it? All the way through to the checker flag.
I have to imagine if this race, I don't think is gonna settle down at all until the checkered flag.
Well, we'll take ourselves a quick step back when we return. Racing action continues here at Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve. Stay with us.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Welcome back to Great Flight TV, where we are still under the first and so far only safety car of the afternoon. My name is Ola Rampel alongside Fennicini. We're bringing you all of the action from the final hours here of the FTR Events trophi.ai GT Endurance Series at the Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve. Fen, quite a lot to talk about under this yellow flag. Drivers have come down for pit stops, and aside from some last-minute driver changes, the GT3s, they're a general consensus, they're going to have to come in again. They're not going to be able to go the distance. GT4s and touring cars, they're going to be on the limit.
I think touring cars are pretty well and good, I would have to say, because a lot of them came in with less than an hour and a half to go. I think even at 75% fuel, they can make that work pretty well. GT4s, I think they've got their one last stop in, I think here on lap 10. Yeah, so a lot of the GT4s came in just now. I think they're probably good to the end with under an hour to go, as they have no fuel restrictions on the GT4s. But I think the GT3s will probably need to come in for a splash and dash before the end of this, as they have also a 75% fuel limit, and we were at about 50 minutes to go. Maybe with this caution still rolling, we might get them into their fuel window, but I think it'll be very tight for them.
Well, while we have the safety car here, we're going to quickly get a rundown and show you once again who's coming up on Green Flag TV. Tonight, Derek Watson will be bringing you the action from the SRA Super Speedway Blitz Opener at Daytona, alongside newcomer to Green Flag TV, Sheldon Atkins. They will be down in the Sunshine State of Daytona. Mars is at Charlotte Roval on Tuesday. PSR will be going to Michigan, while the Beer League going out for round number 4. Fan, you're back with me for Wednesday night, and then a Fontana triple header. Green Flag TV invades California, as it'll be the Blaze Metals ARCA Series, the High Tide Racing Premier Series, and the OMSRL Gold Series, all out at Auto Club Speedway. Starting with ARCA action, followed by Gen 4 Series action for race number 2 of the High Tide Racing League season, and then the flagship race going to be the OMSRL Gold Series. Less than only 13 points separating Cole Freilich and Conor LaFrance entering the season finale in California, and it's going to be a hotly contested finale with 100 laps, 200 miles on Tuesday night. The month of November also kicking off this coming Sunday, actually. Not this Sunday, but next Sunday, Fen. The month of November kicks off for the Classic IndyCar Series as well, with poll day. Over 30 cars are registered already to attempt to qualify into the 8th annual Butt Kicker Indianapolis 500. Top 28 will be locked in. Nice. After poll day. 29th through 33rd will be qualified on bump day, and then on the 23rd, it is, of course, the 8th running of the Butt Kicker Indianapolis 500 for the Classic IndyCar Series on Green Flag TV to close out the championship. The season was already decided a couple weeks ago, so it is all up for bragging rights in the season finale.
Yeah, I would say it's probably a good, feather in the cap at this point for those drivers, whoever comes out on top. But a fantastic race to come up for those drivers here in just a moment's time, but in a little while's time for those pole and bump days before that Butt Kicker Indianapolis 500. Be a fantastic watch, I think, all the same.
And there is the setting sun out of the left-hand side of the huge ass machines as they work their way back around the Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve under caution here. Again, setting underneath the pretty quickly here. Obviously, Canadian falls and winters, the nights tend to come early, and sometimes it's fully dark up here, Ben, by the time it's even 4:30.
Yeah, I would say, especially in the dead of winter, most of Canada, not all of it, but a good portion of Canada gets pretty dark pretty quickly. Not as bad as parts of Alaska that see nothing but dark, nothing as even close to as much sun as even Canada gets, but makes for early darkness, which means we're going to be going into some very interesting and once again changing conditions, not in terms of whether or not we have dry or wet weather, as we have no more rain on the radar, and there was none forecasted at this point anyway, but with the visibility as we get into some almost nighttime racing.
Well, I don't think we're going to get to full nighttime. Again, sunset is set for 5:41 p.m. That is real-world local time, mind you. It might be a little off here. No, I think you're right. I think we will get a little bit where the headlights are going to be the main source of illumination here on the racetrack. Probably in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, with how dusk usually ends up being modeled in the game, we might see the game swap to what they consider a night race in that last 10 to 15 minutes. But it might get pretty a little darker a little bit earlier with how much fog we see rolling in here in the closing stages.
So all of this takes the pace car back around. Lights go out aboard the iRacing safety car. Now, whether or not this is the actual one to go signal, we'll have to wait and see. But for the time being, the pace car will be in this time by so, Fan, looking like we're about to go back to green flag racing for what will be just over 40 minutes of racing.
40 minutes to go. I think these drivers might have lucked out with how much of a caution period we had for those GT3 drivers that were kind of on the fence there. I think they might be okay at this point because of the fuel saving they were able to do under that safety car. But I think it's still going to be an interesting fight to the battle, or fight to the finish for those with a fuel game still in play as we get to the closing stages here.
.41 minutes. And we work our way into turn number 7, the next race for the FTR Events trophi.ai Endurance Series will be on November 22nd, where we swing down to the Sebring International Raceway. And some updates coming in by... Some updates, sorry, Fan, coming in, by the way, about that Stewards decision number 18 that there's been quite a bit of back and forth about. That has been confirmed. That is going to now be reviewed post-race. They claim that the team is claiming they have video evidence that does support their view. The race directors have instructed them to submit it, and they will look at it after the race when obviously they have more time to do so, because they're probably going to be a little bit busy now.
That they will, I'd have to imagine. You know, as some say, cautions beget cautions. So we'll have to see how this race restart goes, especially when we have a GT4 leader in front of the GT3s. So I think they've got their hands full, especially as that pace car peels in.
And in as well comes that BMW safety car. Green flag back in the air. And race in action officially back underway for the final 40 minutes in Montreal.
Great launch from Dan Pepples in that BMW GT4 Pro lead, but the GT3 Pro lead following right behind them in this battle for P1 between Andrew Cox and Richard Cawthron, immediately jumping off as they are only a few tenths away from each other.
And most mediocre motorsports with Dylan Fisher has had an off, and so is the Audi, both in the same corner. And a bit of a, okay, well, who's first? You first, going on down there at turn number 1. So unfortunate for mostly mediocre and for stage 1 racing. There is the battle for the overall race lead. Take a quick look at what happened here. Coming down into turn 1, then willing to bet. Oh, wow, it was a full spin.
Yeah, full spin here, and then a full spin elsewhere as well.
Oh, there were multiple cars.
Yeah, there's a few cars that got spun around here. The leader of GT3 AM, and then I think also...
Oh, Richard Cawthron!
The race, yeah.
Oh, no.
Has spun, and one of the worst spots coming out of turn number 8.
Oh, this is a terrible spot to be spun. You can't turn the car around until the entire pack has passed him. This is the worst case scenario for Cawthron, and that is going to throw away a Team 1-2 for sure.
I would have to imagine. He just gets a little loose on that exit and bumps into Adam Cox, which also, unfortunately, brings Adam Cox back into a fight with Jaco Mikola, excuse me.
Jaco Mikola right behind Adam Cox now. 0.3 of a second between them, and they try to fight it out for the overall race lead. So windshield wipers still in play for RPM Racing Red. You've also got a three-way fight in TCR for second that's ongoing.
Oh my gosh, that I think is going to be one to keep an eye on until the end of the race. These three drivers have been going back and forth, especially as they're about to go too wide, going into turn number 1 here.
Oh, contact!
Send that Honda out. Then, yeah, Logan McKenzie getting knocked out wide. We'll see him shuffle to the tail end of this pack.
And that leaves Ben Langford and Christopher Steichen now nose to tail. And another car off the road. That is the stage 1 race, and Audi is going to go into the wall. Heads up, look out for the GT4.
And keeps that car going. That some fast hands, I believe, from Tyler Agostino there.
Oh boy. Ride on board with Agostino. This is a ride and not one he wants to take more than once.
No, especially he goes into this, you make that left-hander, and then sees that car right as he's about to go through that
Oh, he
corner.
does get the wall.
Yeah, just a little bit, thankfully.
Tough break regardless. The battle for the race lead remains on. As they keep fighting this one out, and correct me if I'm wrong, it kind of looked that there was actually a car off the road as well when we were on board there with Agostino here. This is Treehouse Racing.
Yeah.
There was another car off the road.
Yeah.
Backwards.
The plan was there for, yeah.
Yeah, and then right around here, there you see the Stage 1 racing car off just up the road, and yeah, so one thing led to another.
Absolutely.
The scrap for second in TCR still on. Ben Langford struggling to keep Verstappen behind.
Yeah, Ben Langford, I think, kind of kicking himself for having the moment with Logan McKenzie earlier. Logan McKenzie flashing both of those drivers as they rejoined, not happy with how that incident went down just a couple corners and a lap ago from where they are now.
And big issues for mostly mediocre motorsports, who is going to find themselves now down to pit road, and with a meatball flag, they are out of the race after this incident, coming down into the final chicane, up on the curb and into the wall of champions.
A hard hit there from the back, and I think that's when they tow it to pit lane there with that meatball flag.
A lot of incidents in rapid fire succession here. And this here, an aggressive dogfight between a Porsche and a Lamborghini. This is Pegassi Motorsports going up against their sister car, Jonathan Volgarin and Stefan Face, fighting for second in GT3M.
Say this is a battle I think I kind of was hoping would get itself resolved, and it hasn't seemed to yet. But we'll see who has the more consistent speed in these closing stages. These two, I think, in a dogfight that'll take them down to the end if they're able to keep it clean.
Got to be careful, right? You don't want to take out your teammate. As Volgarin continues on. And for second, they're side by side in TCR.
They are side by side. A bad exit. We'll see Ben lose out that position.
But he's able to hold it through turn 1.
Yes. Narrowly holds it through turn 1. Now has to deal with multi-class traffic. As these two are fighting, they're just allowing Logan McKenzie to get back into this fight, turn it back into a three-way fight, which I think Logan will want more than anything else to end up back on top of these three with just enough time to probably do it in.
And Fenn, now you're seeing what Sky and I were experiencing throughout the opening 2 hours of this race. It was constant dogfighting left and right everywhere you looked for about 2 hours straight. No one could get away from each other.
Yeah, and I think that's probably going to be the case here, especially as we get multi-class traffic getting in the way of this TCR fight.
Ay.
Yeah, and always such a dance between the TCRs and GT4s because the TCRs tend to carry a lot more momentum through the corners than those GT4s, but the GT4s have faster pace on the straightaways, so it's always such a battle between the two of them to keep out of each other's way.
And it's a dance that we've seen people step on each other's toes on a few times tonight, especially on quarter entry where the GT4s try to go for a dive bomb to lap a guy and it goes awry.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to break this fight for second up for the time being. So we'll cut back up front to the top two.
Yeah, top two separated by just a second. I'm curious if there's not a fuel game going for Jaco Mikola as well as Adam Cox, and who's going to come out on top of that. Both setting pretty similar lap times. Sometimes Adam faster, sometimes Jaco.
Well, remember, we do not believe that these drivers are able to make it work to the end either. So there's a good chance that these guys are going to go at it again. And now Verstappen gets around Langford.
Yeah, same place where Ben defended last time. Ben has to serve a slowdown penalty, I believe, for the chicane.
Take a look. As Verstappen gets to the inside at turn one there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a nudge, but that's fine in touring car racing. A rub's a rub. And then right here, I don't know.
I could see it. I could also see him returning the position he took back from Logan earlier with that incident where they bumped and ended having Logan go off into turn number 2.
Yeah, fair point, fair point. It's definitely an option. And again, that kind of breaks up the 3-car touring car fight, but give him a few laps, and I'm willing to bet McKenzie is going to be right up the back end of the ProjectRacing.bat car all over again.
Yeah, especially with all these 3 cars just over a second and a half at this point between each other. I'd have to imagine this fight for these 3 really not going too far.
So we got fights dropping off at the front of the field, but this battle back here at GCR still picking up, and we'll keep with this one because this is going nowhere anytime soon. The Pegasus Sim Racing 99 has just been given a 20-second stop and hold penalty, though, for causing the collision.
Oh, and looking back at that incident, I have to say it makes sense. It's not one I'm super thrilled that we have to see happen, but it's one that I'm not surprised it is.
Stefan Face coming down pit road for his final stop of the night. And at the moment, the stewards reviewing the incident between Fiercely Forward Gray and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. That will have been the incident on the restart. And I'm sure that Ben Langford is hoping, as this fight picks up again, that him redress the position there will be enough to satisfy the stewards that all's well ends well. But they're in a fight, and out of the way goes Verstappen. He wants nothing to do with it, and Langford has just hit McKenzie again.
Oh no, what?
Just overshot the brakes.
Yeah, yep, just didn't plan for the braking maneuver there.
And already Ben Langford pulled him to the side to let him back through because he does not want to land in hot water this late in the race.
No, absolutely not. I think he also feels a little bit bad that it's been twice now between himself and Logan specifically. But we'll have to see as we get into it.
Yeah, just caught out.
Absolutely misjudges that. Yep.
And that actually put McKenzie into the wall. So, the last time McKenzie got away with no damage, but this time McKenzie does have a little bit of damage on that car as well.
Yeah. And these three still so close to each other as a result.
Man.
I wonder. I think Logan might be a little bit upset at this point, trying to get around Chris, unable to do so early on.
Just get a car between me and this guy. Oh, hold on, look out as a BMW goes into the wall. Heads up, he cuts right in front of Langford and nearly pulls him around. And then reverses back and he gets hit.
Oh. Is that not?
That's Adam Cox. That's the race leader.
Isn't Adam Cox off the race lead? And now Giacomo Cola is taking over?
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
It is complete carnage on the racetrack. Take a ride on board with Adam Cox. This is what he sees. Got into the wet stuff on the left-hand side, and that spins him into the wall, and then the Corvette unsighted, nowhere to go.
Yeah. Well, especially because that car pulls back out in the middle of the race instead of staying to one side where there's a clean way, especially because of where these drivers are. It would be much easier just to open up that steering.
I don't know. I feel like he was going to get hit there no matter what he did.
Yeah. I feel like nobody wants P2 in DCR at the moment, except for maybe Logan.
And Ben Langford getting around Chris Verstappen and now set to try to run down the pass from McKenzie for a third time since the restart.
We'll have to see how this goes. I wonder if there's not a fuel game going on for Chris that he's trying to make work to the end.
Talk about drama for the field. Take one more look at this run with Adam Cox here.
Oh, yeah.
As he arrived on scene and nearly took Ben Langford with him.
Yeah.
That's why you don't go for an overtake.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you're on slick tires. I mean, talk about a...
I think he was just impatient trying to get around him so that way he could hold on to this lead that he built up between himself and Jocko.
You're on slick tires going onto a wet track.
Yep, but the thought process is I needed to overtake them into the braking zone so that way I can keep up the momentum and not lose time to the car in front of me. But, like you say, that's going into just wet road because nobody drives there, therefore it's not dry at all. It's not like one of the long straights where there's people who take multiple lines that kind of widen what has become a dry line there. It's more like this, super fast kink out of the hairpin that has everybody going on one spot ideally, and therefore less, there's no offline racing there on slicks.
Jeez. That is, gosh, that's so tough.
Yeah.
Well, all the while, the battles continue on. And so you got this fight for second place still developing. Drivers hot under the collar as Ben Langford tries to run down Logan McKenzie.
Yeah, Logan McKenzie having a couple scraps with Ben Langford earlier on. And I think both drivers a little heated here. Oh.
Wrong one. It's the huge-ass blue machine of Alyssa Merrill. Oh, whoa! A big, long slide coming down there into turn one.
Yeah, almost runs into her teammate in the process, but keeps it all moving in the right direction.
And that's going to be self-inflicted. Oh, she clipped the grass on the way in.
Absolutely. Clipped the grass on the way in, and then, or really clipped the wet, I think wet service road there, which you use in the dry as part of your braking line, but it's not something you can do in wet.
Can't underestimate those wet pieces of racetrack, right? Just because the rest of the track's dry doesn't mean they'll be as well, because no one's running on them.
Yeah.
Now the fight for second in TCR is still the closest battle on the racetrack. 23.5 minutes to go. Ben Langford pressuring the back of Logan McKenzie, trying to find an answer. Looking to the left. McKenzie's not going to cut him a break, and understandable why. And that's going to only escalate the fight.
Yeah, this battle, I think, is going to run down to the wire here. We're currently kind of following one of the close on-track battles. And, I mean, it's always good to see TCRs duking it out. They're such a fun momentum car. We've talked about it, I think, a good handful of times here on FTR, but it's always one to bring back up. How these cars generate their speed. It's so rewarding to set up and execute a well-done pass over the course of a few corners. But with GT3 traffic, we make it interesting.
Taking a look on what has happened here to Sim Party Racing Omega and Rod Miller.
Oh.
That'll do it.
Yep. Oh.
And into the wall. Big crunch for him. And meanwhile, Project Second Racing Team.BAT, Christopher Steigen, who was in the battle, is now into pit road as a result of this moment. And is that car already busted?
I think that car might be. I'm trying to figure out where from.
Oh, right there!
Oh, from the rejoin
of the last
Sim Party
incident.
Racing Omega, yes.
Oh my gosh.
And then they've decided to tow it to pit lane.
No choice, really. GT4 battle for second in the AM category is getting closer.
Yeah. Jonas as well as Lorenz, I think, duking it out here. Hey, drama-filled final hour here as the lunge is being, or not, I shouldn't say lunge, but looking to make the pass around the outside of the braking zone. Is it going to turn into an over-under?
No room on what track?
No, but he's trying to see if he can have a better run here out of the exit. I wonder if there's not either something wrong or a fuel game being played by Jonas just up the road for Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium.
Well, careful, because he got the overall race leader right behind you. Oh, he's going to brake. That's a very wise move.
Yeah.
Jocko Micola sees that fight. He's not going to go for it.
No, I think he saw what happened the last time, you know, when Adam Cox decided to try to pass a fight off the racing line. He's like, I'm gonna bide my time and make my way through it with patience, because it seems to be working out in his favor as he has built up that 13-second gap from that incident.
Pegasus Sim Racing, by the way, have appealed that 20-second stop and hold, hence why they have not come down to pit road as of yet. Second place in GT4 Pro is close. As drivers are continuing to show gusto, and oh boy, that battle for P2 and TCR is about to have some company.
Yeah, that it is. Yeah, they just got done with it, and now a whole host of GT3s now separate the two of them.
And the good news for Ben Langford, his good deed on giving the spot back has saved him a penalty. He has been awarded. He has been awarded a warning, and they explicitly cited that on lap 1 and 9 he gave the position back, therefore no advantage was gained and no penalty is awarded. So that likely would have been a penalty had he not given the spot back.
Imagine. Well, I'd have to imagine, especially given how both of those incidents resulted in Logan going off track and either getting to, or, you know, at least having a slowdown to avoid, you know, iRacing penalties for cutting the course, as well as damage in the second one. So I think it makes, you know, it was the proper thing to do to avoid, you know, further penalties from the stewards on top of what already got, you know, when they already suffered via the contacts in the slow zones from the incidents.
This is on board with Roman Ferrer Ortiz. The fight for second of GT4 Pro. And on the front straightaway, Alyssa Merrill for Huge Ass Blue trying to recover. Chasing the sister car of Giovanni Romano.
One of these drivers, well, really both of these drivers I think we've seen in Beer League in the past. And I think it'll be interesting to see how they get along in the closing stages here. Less than 20 minutes remain. And I have to imagine this battle for second, which now I think includes 3 cars in its midst.
It does, but the third car in line is the GT4 AM race leader.
Yes.
So Julian Carson is going to be in no hurry to get around the 2 cars in front because he's got a 5-second gap back to Jonas Gulbrandsen.
Yeah. But he also wants to make sure he keeps moving forward. And if that, is at the expense of these 2 cars in front of him, so that way he can keep that 5-second gap and it doesn't dwindle away as a result of being behind these 2, I think he'd have to make a move eventually. But until he finds himself unable to keep growing that gap, I think he'll be content to sit and watch and learn a few things from GT4 Pro drivers in the closing stages here.
Andrew Pike continuing to fight this one out. 17 minutes on the clock. And a black flag to Sim Party Racing Echo. Not sure what the reason is for, but given on the location, I would say pit exit infraction.
Yeah, I'd have to think so.
Further down the pack, Audi versus McLaren. Justin Eicher and Daniel Stordeland looking to go 2 wide as they fight for 7th in GT3 Pro, 8th place overall. 16 minutes on the clock.
Those 2, I think that gap building up again.
Meanwhile, even deeper. Once again, it's Pike and Ortiz. Aston Martin versus Mercedes with an Audi ducking around the both of them. And in fact, that is the battle for 7th that we were just looking at in GT3 Pro. That's trying to cut through this fight. Holding at around 3/10.
Yeah, I think Roman trying to...
Oh, here we go.
Incident there.
And that he'll be forced to go to the spot now from the slowdown.
Wow. Slow down and being on the wet weather stuff. We'll see him also get past probably, well, he's fighting it.
Unless he pushes him off first.
Jeez. That's
and now he's going to... insult to injury as Andrew Pike caught 2 wheels on the wet stuff on the left-hand side, and he's going to spin it into the Armco, which is just... Man.
Yeah.
Hold on here. He's got to hurry. He's got a bit of a gap, but there are cars coming up on him pretty quickly here. Heads up as it's over to the left. And looking like, yeah, he'll be good. He'll be good.
Yeah.
And again, Langford has caught McKenzie after dropping back to about 2 seconds.
Yeah, these 2 have yet to finalize the feud over where they want to stand on the podium. As I think each of them get better laps here and there. They're both playing to a fuel strategy that keeps them close together.
So Logan McKenzie and Ben Langford will continue to scrap it out. Still no signs of yielding for either driver, but It's a fight that will continue all the way on into the closing laps of this race.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine it would be. And it's still such a fantastic thing to see out of these drivers. You know, they battle for 4 hours. Though I think Ben might have just made contact with the wall there. That might see that car have a little bit of damage. But that's enough to bring that fight to a close. We'll have to see as they get through the hairpin.
And while that was going on, Alex King has lost a couple of spots as a result of incidents, and he's not the only one. Justin Niger is into pit road now after this moment in his Audi. And oh, there was another car up there in front. That's Adam Cox. And that actually destroyed the Audi.
Well, yeah, that would be enough, I think, given how those cars are pretty unforgiving.
And this is just caught the wet curbing again, and then slam.
Two cars suffering injuries now. Still a hotly contested battle here in GCR. I'm excited to see where these two find the last couple tenths they need to be at the front of this pairing and at the end. I think Ben might want to bide his time until the last lap to try to make the overtake where he doesn't have the opportunity to get it past again, but he has to stick with Logan until then.
There's the overall race leader, RPM Racing Red, right behind.
Oh, defensive look.
Ugh. And again, Jocko's playing defensive. He's got a 20-second gap. He does not need to push it right now. He can afford to lose over a second a lap and still be fine.
He has to figure out how to get through them, though.
He's through.
Able to do it, Ben.
And here comes Langford.
Opportunity. But he has to take the wide line, which will see him slide back behind Logan here as Logan McKenzie keeps on holding to P2.
But critically, that gives him a run down the straightaway. The gap's down to 0.3 of a second, and it's closing fast here. Down to 0.2 of a second now. Looking for a 1/10 and a half. He's going to make the look over to the left-hand side, and he's not going to commit, so he'll tuck back a line instead of attacking down the right into the final corner.
Yeah. Probably the safest thing to do. Not enough of an overlap there without just throwing it in, and that would just make the entry into the chicane so much slower, and then the exit equally as much if they didn't go off.
Evan Campbell for Funville Drive having a moment in his touring car.
Oh, as he tries to not get into the wall doors of Ortiz, as well as Alex King. A couple other drivers also in there.
All's well ends well for him. I don't think the same story for Alex King. Yeah, he's going to clip that wet curb and into the wall that so many other drivers have hit today. And I think we may have just had another car going to the same spot as Bugatti Motorsports Bravo's Stefan Faze has gone around. No, this is in a turn one.
Yeah, this is in turn one. But similar story. Too much rotation.
And
then getting caught up.
Keeps it off the wall.
Nicely done.
Ten minutes to go. The end of the end game. And still, Ben Langford showing no signs of letting Logan McKenzie walk away with P2 clean.
Yeah, these two have had such equivocal space that I'm curious to see if they've got who's got the final couple tenths to get the pass done. You see that look again from Ben, but he just tucks back in behind Logan in those machines to keep it on.
He's got to run. He's closing. I don't think he's close enough to have a look, though. He thought about it, but probably wasn't going to go his way. It took a while to move it back out.
Yeah, but he's going to have to behind the opportunity there, especially how slow Logan has gone through these first couple of corners.
He wants to go. You can tell he wants to get through him.
I couldn't tell it was just on my screen, but they almost looked like they had contact there into turns number 3 and 4. But yeah, I think he has the pace in a vacuum at this point.
McKenzie continues the fight. Langford continuing to close. It's almost a shame we're not going to be able to talk to either of these two drivers at the end of this one, because the actual class lead, Ross McFarlane, is 20 seconds up the road.
Yeah, I know. We've been watching this battle, I think, pretty much since the restart, and I think it's one we'll watch for the next 7 minutes as we get to the closing stages here. And I'm also a little disappointed I don't get to talk with either of them about how they felt that went down, because I think both have some pretty, I'd certainly say, interesting words about, especially the restart and those first couple of laps afterwards. Settle down now, but
.3 of a second between them, despite GT3 traffic cutting through, and sooner or later they're going to start fighting, right? Blue flags be damned. You got to go eventually. Can't be the nice guy and wait for the lead lap guys to work their way through all the time when you're in a multi-class race like this.
no, you can't. And you can see that spot where Ben keeps a little more inertia through it than Logan does. I think he's just waiting for the opportunity there to get a better run. And it keeps on the look. Looks there once again.
You know what?
Cuts in the turns.
I think that look there was actually keeping the huge ass car from making a dive bomb, much like it's trying to do right now.
And, yeah, it's still doing that right now, and it's going to go through at least one, almost both. Oh, but has to back out to not run into Logan. It's going to flash the lights. It's on the faster car to get through safely, and I don't really know that that was safely making a lunge into the vortex of danger of that closing door.
Well, that breaks the fight up by a couple tens, but they are still well within striking distance. One more GT3 and a GT4 to fight through. Make that 2 GT3s, and then you should be good to go. And the Lamborghini gonna go down the inside. Could Langford try to go with him here? He's gonna try to go for an over-under. I don't think. He could have probably gone down the inside and followed the Lamborghini through.
Could have, but I think there is. I think it was something they both experienced. The cars getting past them. I think Ben wants to make this fight as even as possible. Oh my gosh, has the look once again. Backs in. Man, I think this is going to go down to the last lap for these two.
No lap traffic behind them for a little bit, so they're going to be able to have some room here to fight it out here into turn one. And there it is, Ben Langford going down the inside. Is this the move here into turn one? Contact between the two just about. And McKenzie continues to hold firm, and Langford still stuck behind him.
Yeah, McKenzie keeping the pace there when it's needed to keep Ben behind. But I think Ben's just trying to find enough of the overlap to actually make the move stick. Feel like he's got the pace at this point to keep up with Logan, just needs to find the opportunity to get around him.
Still within half a second, within 8/10 as well as also Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium and Eagle Speed Academy Esports as Jonas Gilbranson and Lawrence D. Vlager with a chance to fight it out as well. Oh, and into the wall goes Langford.
Alex King getting involved there, having to avoid hitting that GT3. Ben ends up finding the wall and losing so much time as the result of King's lunge down the inside.
Well, when Langford hit the wall to boot, look at Alex King with that big lunge to the inside, and he's going to overshoot. And he's the one that pushes Langford. Oh, boy, that's going to end the fight for sure. That's it. And I'm sure Langford is upset.
Both Langford and Logan have been flashing Alex King as they've been going down this backstretch here, so I'd have to imagine they both are pretty upset by that, especially because Alex King lunged down the inside the same way into the hairpin as he did in that replay.
that leaves this battle for the second place spot here, and we'll flash up the track map here as well to show you the class leaders currently on the racetrack. There is the number one down to the Lapingo hairpin of Jaco Mikola, looking to take 2 laps to go at the line.
Yeah, with under 5 minutes here, I think a lot of the battles are spoken for at the moment. As we get into the closing stages here, there might be a couple of last-minute positions being up for grabs, especially as we have Sim Party Racing Omega finding their way around once more in turn number 8.
Oh. Cannot catch a break. Hold on, heads up as yet again we see another touring car have a close shave with the rejoin from GT3 car. This one comes from David Truxier. And that's the grass, and that's around.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen that car in that corner once already.
Hey, guess who's back?
The battle for second in TCR, I'd have to imagine, given the fact that Ben generally has been faster than Logan in these closing stages, but has been unable to find a way around.
And Sim Party Racing Omega, by the way, has just been given a 30-second black flag for an unsafe rejoin. That will be served post-race due to the proximity towards the final lap here.
Yeah, that makes sense. These drivers coming down to the closing laps here as the leader comes around with 2 to go.
It'll be 1 to go this time by for him. Well, this battle for second still showing no signs of slowing. Same story with the battle, by the way, for the GT4 AM, which is still hot.
Ooh. Yeah, let's, especially with GT3 traffic getting involved.
You're coming out of pit road right next to them and in, on a wet track as well. Nearly spun and took him out. And we are officially working the final lap.
Oh, man. This battle's got to be decided soon.
Yes, sir.
I'm super curious if there's a fuel game in being played here as well.
Well, 5 seconds up the road is WBM White, their class leader. So they're not too far behind the class leader, unlike everybody else who might be fighting it out right now.
Richard Cawthron taking the position away from Alex King as well.
This year, the fight for 5th.
Yep. RPM Racing Black looking to get around.
And it's going to be King who holds on to the fight. Meanwhile, Jaco Mikola making his way down the casino straight for the final time tonight. What a stellar, stellar outing it has been for RPM Racing Red. A dramatic day as well. And Jaco Mikola will be able to come home through the final corners now, and RPM Racing Red wins another one here at the Circuit Gilles-Villeneuve.
There is a highly contested battle for second, however. Giovanni Romano hot on the heels of Adam Cox with the closing stages here. I'm wondering if Adam is still working about a fuel strategy as they come into the final chicane. I don't know if Giovanni will get it done in time.
And he's not going to. Cox hangs on. Well, all that's going down. Here's the fight for 5th, and Alex King has just spun it.
Well.
Pulls it up, and that is going to be game over. And in the midst of this is going to be the touring car leaders as well. Several battles coming to a head here, as it's going to be Ross McFarland bringing it home for the TCR category. And alongside him is going to be Chris Van Gucht for Eagle Speed Academy Esports K as they'll both cross the line, and right behind them, the battle to the fight to the line for Altura Esports, who takes one in GT4 Pro. And of course, the battle for number 2 in TCR. And Logan McKenzie looking like he'll survive the onslaught.
A masterclass in defense there for him. The battle for GT4 Pro, GT4 AM, also coming down to the wire right behind them.
And they will look to cross the start-finish line 1-2. No side-by-side battles to the line today. And Fen, that wraps up a stellar outing for a 4-hour race in Montreal.
A fantastic one, full of, I just have to say, so many battles over the course of the past couple of hours, or excuse me, past 4 hours in total, that will see them make it to the end.
Let's take a rundown of your official post-race results here this afternoon. This race, one that really came to a head here this afternoon, and we will look to take a look at who finishes off where here with quite the journey that we had. And we're going to start it off, of course, with GT3 Pro, as it's going to be Jaco Mikola for RPM Racing Red FTR coming home with Adam Cox in second. Hugh Jaskol finishes third, and fourth, RPM Racing Black will be back in the number 5 spot. Getting around Alex King right at the buzzer. Daniel Storderland finishes 1 lap down, with Pegasus Sim Racing 9-9 finishing 2 down. 3 down is SR Motorsports Protestant Racing Team 10 down, and rounding out the GT3 Pro field. Drivers have failed to finish the race: Stage 1 Racing MRC X Quad Dash and World of Racing X Samantha 10 Racing. Fen, you got the GT3 AMs.
Chris Van Gucht coming home for Eagle Academy Esports to pick on that win. Pegassi Motorsport coming down in P2. Anthony Wade rounding out that podium with Empire Racing, Cookie Dough, Huge, Jas, Yellow, Ron Wolf coming home in 4th. 5th is going to be Equipment Geek Racing, Pegassi Motorsport, Prismatic Motorsport, Minerva, Stage 1 Racing, Sim Party Racing Omega, and Sim Racing Grid Gold are the top 10 there, with Sim Racing Grid Gold not finishing that race.
And that is going to take us down to GT4 Pro, as it is going to be Altura Esports coming home number 1. The only other car in the lead lap was Enosis Esports GT4 FTR. Hugh Jas White closes out the podium with TSRC Esports, Treehouse Racing, and Almeida Racing Academy, the last cars that finished the race. Altura Esports Red crashing out of the race before they even got to the first pit stop window.
In GT4 AM, it's going to be Julian Carces for WM White. In second is going to be Jonas Gulbrandsen for Sim Racing Grid Academy Palladium. Close battle for those two drivers towards the end, towards the end there. Lorenzi Vliger rounds up that podium, as well as Sim Party facing the rest of these drivers, I believe, all do not finish this race. Sim Party Racing Echo, full 13 laps down. Mostly Meteor Motorsport, 24 laps down. Hugh Jas Black it's going to be third. 6th. Sunday Drivers and Sim Ready Racing round out those 8 GT4 AM results for Cheer Canada today.
And that brings us down to the TCR field with the 6-car pack holding Ross McFarlane with the win. A titanic fight between Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and Fiercely Forward Gray in the closing stages. Protesting Racing Team SQL finishes 2 down. The .BAT car finishes 10 down, and Fun Wheel Drive finishes this race down 12 laps here this afternoon. And that will take us back around to the conclusion of today's race, and we will of course give a chit chat in here to all the teams that finished this race 1, 2, and 3 at the end of the night. Jaco Mikola comes on number 1. Not sure if we have any from RPM Racing Red FTR in the waiting room. Fen, do you know?
Let me triple check here. I believe the answer is no, but let me triple. Not at the moment. The 2 drivers for them was Charlie Neeson as well as Jaco Mikola, and I don't see either of them available to us at the moment.
Right. Well, we'll save them for later then. We'll start with the GT3 AM winners then. We'll bring Chris Van Gucht into the broadcast booth as Chris finished this one out with a stellar outing here this afternoon. And Chris, yet again, another solo appearance for you. And talk us through the night, because this was a race that had just about everything in to keep it lively.
Yeah, true. It was the first couple of rounds in traffic was really chaotic because yeah, just trying to figure out everyone's way of driving, everyone's lines. But all in all, fantastic job of everyone driving. Very clean race, I think, from what I've seen on track. Yeah, it was really fun.
Kind of talk us through this one, because this is the first race in the season where we've actually had full-on rainfall during the race. Obviously, Brands Hatch had a bit of a damp track to start, but things dried out pretty quickly. That was not the case tonight, as once that rain started falling, that moisture was a constant problem to the checkered flag.
Yeah, true, because yeah, we're on a really narrow track, so there's not a lot of room to go on a wet line or even on a dry line when the track is drying up. So yeah, it was pretty sketchy sometimes, but yeah, like I said, everyone did a great job lifting and making sure overtakes were clean. So yeah.
Coming up, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, sorry. I was on.
Well, coming on up, it's we head south of the border to Sebring International Raceway down in Florida. 2 more races to go. One of them 4 hours, one of them 6 hours. Are you gearing up for the 6-hour race already, or is it going to be tackling Sebring first and then focusing on Barber Motorsports Park?
Yeah, one race at a time. Just putting my focus on Sebring now, doing a couple of laps there, and yeah, figuring out what we're going to do pace-wise and strategy-wise. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see after that for the last one.
Well, we'll let you get back to celebrating. Congratulations on taking home the GT3M race win, and we'll see you again when we go racing in Florida.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Chris Van Gucht comes home for Eagle Speed Academy Esports K this afternoon with a stellar outing for him. And we have managed to catch up to the 2 drivers that come home, numbers 1 and 2. Fan, you're going to be standing by with the driver that comes home, number 1 in GT3 Pro.
Charlie, a fantastic race there. Did you expect to be at the top step of the podium with the way that restart was going?
No, we were not expecting to win this race. We had quite a lot of stupid stuff happening to us. Some self-inflicted and some not so self-inflicted. For starters, I jump start, so we got an early drive-through and got back in the lead and pitted. Did a huge mistake when we pitted for wets when we should have gone for dries. So that was another mistake from us. And then we got our way back, and had there not been a safety car, we would have won, since we did not have to do 2 stops. But then,
Gotcha.
Yeah, then the caution came out, and we kind of stopped dreaming right about then. But yeah, both Richard, our teammates, won, and then the 44 car did some very weird overtakes or overtake attempts on the wet line. So yeah. So, but yeah, finally a win.
Yeah,
up until now,
fantastic.
there's 3 poles and not a single race finish on the lead lap. So
you are on the extreme ends. We're going into Sebring next time we're out on the 22nd of November. Do we expect to see you back on the podium, or hopefully in the top step talking with us again next time we go to Sebring?
Unfortunately, my missus booked some sort of comedy club thing, which I'm fairly pissed off about. So I'm not gonna make Sebring. Hopefully, our car will be on the top step either way with Jacko and Tom.
Mm-hmm. So, sounds fantastic. We hope to see your teammates then, since you will not be there, back in the booth next week. Anything else we missed in that race? I know it was mostly we talked about the later stuff, which was the fun pieces, but anything else we missed as we are really gonna let you get back to your post-race win festivities?
Yeah, and I think we covered most of it. Huge shout outs to Jacko, who wasn't gonna do the race, but decided last minute to do it and did a very stellar job with minimal preparation. So thank you, Jacko.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get back to your celebrations. Thank you again. Wonderful job with the P1 there, even if a bit unexpected. And we hope to see your team back here next week when we go to Sebring.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. And that was Charlie Lynn Neeson from the RPM Racing Red, who came home P1 in GT3 Pro.
And moving on down to the drivers that finished number 1 in GT4 Pro, we will bring up one Don Pepples into the broadcast booth. Don, a stellar outing for you here this afternoon as you bring the number 252 into victory lane in the GT4 category. Talk us through the final 30 minutes because you started right at the head of the field on the safety car restart.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I couldn't believe it that there was a safety car. First, I couldn't believe it that there was none, because to be honest, we expected this track to be kind of a safety car hazard with all the walls so close. But there was none, so good job to everyone else for keeping it clean. And the last 30 minutes, I mean, let's just say I couldn't use the pressure. It would have been fine without.
Overall, a pretty wild race throughout the course of the afternoon. For most, you were one of the drivers that was just able to kind of cruise away. We saw battles up and down for class leads. It seemed like for Altura, though, apart from whatever happened to the red car, you were just able to kind of walk away with it.
Yeah, the red car was super unfortunate. The driver got in at the start of the race. Everything was fine. And then as soon as basically the green lights showed up on our screens, his FPS went down to about 2 or 3. So he took the start basically not to confuse iRacing. We handled quick enough. We've been in that situation before, so we told him to take the start. And then he just pulled off, and then he had to pit, sadly. But the afternoon was done for them pretty quickly there. They showed incredible pace. So sad for them that it was done this early. I think we both could have been up there today. But for us, I mean, all the practice hours that we put in was mostly in the rain. So it was good that it did rain once again. Just like at Brands Hatch, we took the risk on the setup to go to, well, we basically put a bit more wing, made it a bit softer, which once again didn't help our tires. Not as bad as Brands Hatch, though, luckily this time. But we kind of counted on the rain. So when that came, we were kind of happy not to see, well, basically not to see a gamble and setup go to waste again. So our pace was strong in the wet, and you could see that with Miles in the car. He was catching P1, but then as soon as it started drying out, the tires went off a cliff. So the gap opened back up. We were lucky though, I think. We were one of the cars who pitted a little bit later than the rest. So the crossover period from wet to dries was right when we pitted. And I think that was one of the reasons we were victorious this evening.
Coming home for Altura Esports, obviously you and the team have had some really big performances these last couple of races. Do you plan to keep the momentum rolling forward to the Sebring in a couple weeks?
Oh yeah, we do. If I'm correct, at Sebring, we can already wrap up the championship. So we're looking to do that, to have a nice 6 hours of Barber. You know, love that track. Sebring, not one of my favorites, to be honest. So we're going to see what that's going to bring. But I think for us, the most important thing is to do what basically the aim was coming into this season, and that is be consistent. I think our lowest finishing position has been 3rd this season, and I think that's a big reason why we are up there in the championship. And others have kind of started to fall behind because they've had one of the off results here or there. So we're just looking to keep the consistency going. If that's a P1, happy days. But if it's a P2 or P3 or maybe a P4, P5, who knows? We're happy with that. We're just looking to bring that championship home.
Sounds like a plan. We'll wish you the best of luck when we go racing once again. Congratulations on taking home #1 in GT4 Pro, and we'll see you in Florida.
Thank you very much, guys.
Don Pepples comes home #1 this afternoon, and then Fen, to close things out, you've caught up with Julian Carces and Parker Duon, the two drivers that bring it home in GT4AM.
I certainly have. Welcome back to the top step of GT4AM for y'all. How was that restart for you guys?
Actually, it was not too rough for us because we had a nice, comfortable position being behind a pro car, which we're not fighting for the championship. And then just GT3s around us, so it gives a little bit of a buffer for any positions that really count. for the championship. So it's just staying safe, let them go by, find your rhythm.
Wonderful. With the way this race developed, did you enjoy that we had rain, or were you not a fan of it?
Oh, absolutely. I love the rain. It's tricky. You're sliding a lot. You have to know the lines. I mean, you saw it the moment I exited the pits. I was behind the 325, I think, on pit exit. And immediately, like, I felt there was so much more pace, so I could overtake him after the first chicane already. And you just see the gap extending and not taking any risk, and you just keep progressing your lap times. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff, Parker. How was the first part of the race then?
First part was good. You know, I made a mistake over the last turn, but you know, we're getting really good at capitalizing and coming back from our mistakes. I'm going back to what Julian said. I'm really glad he enjoys rain, because I absolutely hate it, especially here. There's only like one real good line you can take, and as soon as you're defending from a faster class car, you're kind of putting yourself in a bad position. But I think it was a great race, you know, considering the circumstances that we both put ourselves through.
Fair enough. We're looking to go to Sebring next time we're out. Are you excited about that next stop in the championship, or less so?
Yeah, that's the only track I've been looking to, like, forward to doing all season. Barber will be cool too, but Sebring, I love Sebring, and it's supposed to be dry, so that's good news. So we'll see how that goes.
Fantastic stuff. Anything else we missed as we're going to let you guys get back to your post-race festivities?
I don't think so. I mean, we're gonna be running out of things to talk about, because this is like the third race we won out of 4. So
fair. Okay. So, well, hopefully we see you back up here at the top step of the podium for GT4M next time we're out here in a few weekends' time. I'll say, if you guys don't have anything else, we'll let you get back to your successful your post-race festivities.
yeah, thank you, and till the next round.
Absolutely. Hopefully see you back here in a few weekends' times. That is Julian and Parker from WM White, who come home P1 in GT4M.
And that is going to do it then for Race in Action here this afternoon. I tell you what, Finn, quite a wild race that we had here this afternoon from start to finish. And it's going to be crazy as well in a couple weeks or so here when we swing on out to Florida. Sebring's just around the corner, and that race coming up faster than you think.
It is indeed, but I can't be more excited for it. We talked about with the GT4 Pro winners about that championship. A couple of these championship titles fights are coming to a boiling point, GT4 Pro in particular, as Don said, and I'm so excited to see how these are going to get into the final stages between Sebring and Barber, and who can make their final position changes for the overall, for their classes.
Well, before we get to all of that, there's still more action yet to come here on Green Flag TV. Race in Action kicks off tonight for the SRA Daytona Blitz. For the Super Speedway Blitz at Daytona for the SRA Championship. And then, of course, 3 races at Auto Club, Blazing Pedals, High Tide Racing League, and Ole Messerel all swing to Fontana. PSR's out of Michigan Beer League will also be back for more on Wednesday. The Mid-Atlantic Race Series goes down to the Charlotte Roval on Tuesday. If you want to find out more about who we are and what we can offer you, check us out today at www.greenflagtv.com. A stellar race this afternoon and one chock full of action. Only 2 races still left to go here in the FTR Events trophi.ai GT Endurance Series. The next race will take us for a 4-hour swing down south to Florida. We'll see you all when we go racing in the Sunshine State.